Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Blue. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Harry activated a parental protection clause in the Potter will and had the Dursleys arrested? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Compass in the Shed. The shed smelled like old petrol and Vernon Dursley's failures. Harry had catalogued those failures over the years: the half-built birdhouse rotting in the corner, the lawnmower Vernon kept meaning to fix, the bicycle pump that had never pumped anything in Harry's memory. The shed was where broken things went when Vernon couldn't stand looking at them anymore. Harry spent a lot of time there. Today's offense had been burning the eggs. Not intentionally. The phone had rung and he turned to look at it, an involuntary movement, a reflex, the way anyone would react to a sudden noise, and by the time he'd turned back the eggs were brown at the edges and Vernon's face was the color of a ripe tomato. 20 minutes later Harry was in the shed, door padlocked from outside, the mid-August heat turning the corrugated metal walls into a passive cooking instrument. He was 10 years old and he was very, very tired. Not sleepy tired. The other kind. The kind that settled into your bones after years of being shouted at for things that weren't your fault. Harry sat with his back against the wall beneath the single grimy window, knees pulled to his chest, and let himself feel it for exactly 30 seconds because that was all he allowed. Petunia had a rule about crying: we don't reward that behavior, and Harry had his own rule about Petunia's rules, which was that he would never, under any circumstances, follow them, but sometimes her voice got into his head anyway, and 30 seconds was the compromise he'd worked out with himself. He counted to 30. Stopped. Then he started poking around because there was nothing else to do. The shed had a false floor. Harry had discovered this 2 summers ago when he tried to drag the broken lawnmower into a better position and felt one of the wooden boards flex differently from the others. He'd checked then and found nothing but dirt and a dead spider. He'd checked a dozen times since, for something to do more than anything, and always found the same dirt and the same descendants of the same dead spider. Today, for no reason he could have explained, he pulled the loose board up again. The compass was sitting on top of the dirt like it had been placed there carefully by someone who expected him to be looking. Harry stared at it for a long moment. It was brass, tarnished to a deep, uneven brown, but clearly brass underneath where the light caught it. The chain was delicate, finer than anything in this house, and the case was engraved on both sides with a crest he'd never seen before: a stag and a doe standing back to back, surrounded by something that looked like flames but was too elegant to be ordinary fire. He reached down and picked it up. The warmth hit him immediately. Not the ambient warmth of the shed, which was oppressive and total. This was specific, directed warmth, the kind that started in your palm and spread up your arm, and for one disorienting second Harry thought he was going to cry again, not from sadness but from something that felt almost like recognition. Like something knowing him. The compass opened. He hadn't done anything to it. He hadn't pressed a button or turned a latch. The case simply swung open under his thumb and the dial inside wasn't pointing north. It wasn't pointing anywhere. It was spinning, slowly, and then it stopped, and a voice came out of it. Harry. The word was gentle. Male. It had the particular quality of a voice that had been carefully preserved, like flowers pressed between book pages, still recognizable as what they were but flattened by time, slightly distant. Harry's hand gripped the compass so hard the crest probably left an imprint in his palm. If you're hearing this, the voice said, then you've had enough. I built this to know the difference: enough discomfort, enough inconvenience, those don't trigger the enchantment. I'm talking about enough. Real enough. And I'm sorry it took this long, and I'm sorry I'm not there, and I'm sorry this is the way we're meeting for the first time. Harry sat down on the shed floor. He wasn't conscious of deciding to. His legs just stopped holding him up. My name is James Potter. I'm your father. A pause, and in the pause Harry could hear something that might have been the echo of a caught breath, the ghost of a man trying to get through something difficult without falling apart. I don't have much time to record this, your mother is waiting and we have things to do, but I want you to understand what this compass is and what it can do, so that when I explain the rest, you have the full picture. Harry was staring at the dial. Still spinning, slightly, like a second hand between moments. The Potter family has maintained a presence in wizarding law for about 400 years. Not always a popular one. Your grandfather Fleamont was the kind of man who believed in having contingencies for his contingencies, and when I married your mother I started thinking the same way. Voldemort was gaining power. We had enemies. We had you. Another pause. A lot of reasons to be careful. When we had our solicitor draw up our will, I added a clause. It's called the Parental Protection Clause, and it's not common knowledge. Most families don't have the resources or the history to invoke one. Essentially, it creates a legally binding magical contract between your guardians, whoever I named, and the wizarding world. They agreed to care for you properly in exchange for certain legal protections. If they violated that agreement in ways that meet the threshold the clause defines, and the compass measures that threshold in real time, Harry, it's been with you since the night Hagrid delivered you, embedded in the foundations of that house, then you have the right to invoke it. Harry turned the compass over in his hands. Small scratches on the back that might have been, once, a child's fingerprint worked in metal. His father's fingerprint, maybe. Or his mother's. Invoking the clause does several things simultaneously. First, it files an automatic criminal complaint with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The complaint includes a full record of everything the compass has documented, not just the big events, but the pattern. Years of it. Second, it activates a legal hold on the guardianship agreement, meaning your guardians cannot legally flee, obviate themselves, or interfere with the investigation. Third, and this is the part one want you to sit with, it transfers active guardianship to the next eligible party named in the Potter will. That's Sirius Black. Your godfather. Harry had heard that name. Once. Petunia had mentioned it in the clipped, dismissive way she mentioned anything magical, your godfather, some dreadful friend of your father's, he's not available, and then moved on, and Harry had filed it away in the part of his mind that held things he wasn't allowed to ask about. I know Sirius isn't there, James said, and something in his voice went careful. I don't know why. If he were available you'd have been with him from the start. But the clause, when invoked, requires the ministry to verify the status of every named guardian and guardian alternative in the will. If something's wrong, if Sirius has been wrongfully held or wrongfully condemned, the invocation will surface it. The law has to look. Harry understood, on some level, that he was receiving a great deal of information. He also understood that he was sitting in a shed in the summer heat and his father was talking to him and the eggs had burnt and in some fundamental way none of the ordinary things mattered right now. There's one more thing, James said. Invoking the clause is your choice. Not mine, not anyone else's. I built the threshold so the compass would only open when things were bad enough, but I built the invocation as a choice because I believe in choices, Harry. I believe in yours specifically, even though I've never met you, because you're mine and your mother's and I've seen what she does when she makes up her mind about something and I think you probably got that. A sound that was almost a laugh, warm and brief and gone. If you want to invoke it, you hold the compass in your dominant hand and you say, I, Harry James Potter, invoke the Parental Protection Clause of the Potter family will. That's all. The magic does the rest. The voice was winding down. Harry could feel it, the way you can feel a song approaching its end. I want to tell you so many things. I want to tell you about your mother and how she laughed and what she was like at your age and 1,000 things I never got to see you become. I want to tell you about Hogwarts and magic and the world you're going to walk into. But I'm out of time and you have things to do, and I believe, that you're going to be fine, Harry. Not because the world will be kind to you. It won't always be. But because you're already surviving it, and surviving is the thing that gets you to the part where you can start choosing instead. A pause. The dial stopped spinning entirely. I love you. I'd have loved watching you grow. I'm sorry I didn't get to. The voice held steady through all of it, and Harry thought that probably cost James Potter something considerable. Okay. You know what to do. The compass went quiet. Harry sat in the shed for a while. The heat was still there. The smell of petrol was still there. Through the padlocked door he could hear, distantly, the television Vernon had turned on, some sport, the crowd noises bleeding through the wall of the house and the shed's thin metal skin. He looked at the compass. Then he looked at his right hand, the one that wrote lines when he was in trouble at school, the one that had once, aged 7, apparently made all the glass in a shop window vibrate when a boy twice his size had cornered him in an alley, which Harry had never mentioned to anyone. He transferred the compass to it. "I, Harry James Potter," he said, and his voice came out steadier than he felt, "invoke the parental protection clause of the Potter family will." The shed lit up. Not dramatically, not an explosion or a column of light visible from space. It was more like every surface quietly acknowledged something at once. The compass pulsed in his hand, once, hard, like a second heartbeat, and then a sound like a struck tuning fork went through the air and dissolved. Somewhere in the structure of the house behind him Harry felt, without being able to explain how, something change. Like a locked door clicking open inside the walls. Then the compass lid closed. Harry pocketed it, stood up, brushed the grit off his jeans, and waited. He didn't know what the timing would be. He didn't know who was coming or how fast. But his father's voice had said the law has to look, and Harry had spent 10 years learning to read the signals that meant something was about to shift, and every instinct he had was telling him that the world outside this shed was in the early stages of rearranging itself. He was right. It took 43 minutes. He knew because the shed had a clock, cracked face, still functional, and he watched every one of them, not nervously, the way he might have watched them a year ago, but with a focused, precise attention. At minute 12 he heard Vernon change the channel. At minute 28 he heard Petunia's heels on the kitchen floor, the particular sharp rhythm that meant she was preparing dinner with aggressive efficiency. At minute 31 he heard Dudley crash through the front door and immediately demand something from his mother that Harry couldn't make out but could infer from the resulting negotiation. At minute 43 the street went quiet. Not gradually. All at once. The television audio cut out mid-sentence. Dudley's voice stopped between syllables. The bird that had been complaining from the oak tree at the end of the garden simply ceased. Harry stood up from where he'd settled and pressed his face against the shed's single grimy window and looked. There were 3 people standing in the Dursleys' front garden. They wore robes, not costumes, not fancy dress, actual robes, and they carried themselves with the particular posture of people who were accustomed to being listened to. The one in the center was a woman, gray-haired and upright, with the bearing of a magistrate and the expression of someone who had seen every variety of human poor decision and was no longer surprised by any of them. She held a clipboard in one hand and a wand in the other. The 2 behind her, both men, both official-looking, fanned out slightly as she approached the door. She knocked. 3 times, precise and unhurried, the knock of someone who knocks once for courtesy and knows they won't need to knock again. Inside the house, a silence of a different quality settled. Harry recognized it, the silence of Vernon processing something he didn't expect and responding to it with internal hydraulic pressure before the explosion came. The door opened. "What in blazes do you?" Vernon started. "Mr. Vernon Dursley." The woman's voice was clear and carried easily through the shed wall and the window glass. "I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You are known to me. I am here in formal capacity under Section 14 of the Wizarding Child Protection Act, pursuant to an invoked parental protection clause registered in the name of James Charles Potter, deceased, naming as protected Ward 1 Harry James Potter." She paused. "May I come in, or shall we do this on the front step where your neighbors can see?" A beat of silence from Vernon. Then, "I don't know what you're, Mr. Dursley." She hadn't raised her voice. She didn't need to. "I have a complete documented record of 10 years. I'd suggest not testing my patience today." The door opened wider. One of the men behind Amelia Bones came around the side of the house while the other followed her inside. Harry heard the footsteps on the concrete path. A moment later there was a soft pop and the padlock on the shed door was simply gone. The door swung open on its own. The man standing in the doorway was tall, ministry badge official, with the slightly weathered look of someone who had spent years doing fieldwork before moving to an administrative position. He looked at Harry, specifically, carefully, not the way adults usually looked at Harry, which was either through him or at him as a problem, and something in his expression shifted. "Harry Potter," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Auror Davies. You're safe. Can you come with me?" Harry walked out of the shed. The garden was the same garden it had always been, petunias, roses, the carefully trimmed edge of the lawn, the oak tree at the back with the branch low enough to sit on, but it looked different with someone else seeing it through his eyes. The concrete path had a crack running through it that Harry had always navigated automatically, without thought. The back door's paint was peeling at the corner. Small things. He noticed them because he was looking at everything as if for the last time, which he supposed it was. Auror Davies walked him around to the front of the house. The street was still quiet, whatever effect had silenced it was holding, and two more ministry officials had arrived while Harry was in the shed, now standing by a vehicle that was absolutely a car from the outside and absolutely something more complicated on the inside based on the fact that it was substantially larger than physics should have allowed. Amelia Bones was standing in the open front doorway of number 4. Harry couldn't see past her into the house, but he could hear Vernon's voice, high and climbing, and then Petunia's, and then something that might have been Dudley starting to cry. Amelia turned when she heard Harry approach. She looked at him with the same direct, appraising quality she'd had at the door, and Harry looked back without flinching, because there was nobody here to flinch for. "Harry," she said. "Not a question. Are you injured currently? Do you need a healer?" "No," Harry said. He was bruised in the old familiar way from where he'd knocked the step wrong this morning, but that was background noise. "I'm fine." She held his gaze for a second as if verifying this. "Your belongings?" Harry almost laughed. He had a change of clothes, a library card, £3.42 in change, and the compass in his pocket. "There's some stuff in my room." "Marcus," Amelia said over her shoulder, and the second man appeared from inside the house carrying a cardboard box that contained, Harry could see, his meager second-hand wardrobe, his library books, the hidden notebook he kept under the loose floorboard, and the photograph. The photograph was the only one he had, a small, slightly blurry picture that had come with a letter from the same place he didn't know about yet, the Wizarding World. Someone who'd sent it when he was a baby and the Dursleys had intercepted and nearly destroyed. He'd found it behind the skirting board aged 8 and kept it hidden ever since. He was relieved to see Marcus had it. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. Not anxiously. As a practical question. "Tonight, the ministry has arranged temporary accommodation at a ministry-approved safe house," Amelia said. "Formally, until guardianship is resolved, you are a ward of the Ministry of Magic with my department as your liaison. In practice, you'll be comfortable, you'll be fed, and nobody will lock you in a shed." She said that last part with no particular emphasis and somehow it landed harder for it. From inside the house, Vernon's voice crested into something almost panicked. "You cannot do this, there are no such laws, I'll call the police, I'll have you all arrested." Harry watched Amelia turn back to the door and say, calmly, "Mr. Dursley. You may certainly contact the Muggle police, and when you do, our department will be pleased to forward to them the documentation we have compiled regarding the treatment of a minor in your care. I'd think carefully." A pause. "Additionally, you and Mrs. Dursley are currently subject to a magical travel restriction, which means you will remain on this property until you are formally processed. My colleague Mr. Thwaite will explain the procedure." She stepped back outside and pulled the door most of the way closed behind her. "The boy needs to be at Hogwarts in 3 weeks, she said quietly, more to Davies than to Harry, but not excluding him either. "Guardianship review will need to happen before term starts. The will name Sirius Black as primary. Davies made a careful face. He's in Azkaban, Director. I know where he is. Amelia's expression was the particular expression of someone about to do something that will involve a great deal of paperwork and political friction. He was placed there without trial, Davies. I checked this morning when the invocation came through. There was no trial. Which means the imprisonment isn't legal, Harry said. Both adults looked at him. He hadn't been trying to insert himself. It had just been the logical conclusion. His father's voice had said the clause requires the ministry to verify the status of every named guardian, and it had also said if something's wrong, the invocation will surface it. And Harry was 10 years old, but he'd spent 10 years with nothing to do but think, and thinking was something he was quite good at. That's correct, Amelia said, after a moment in which she appeared to be revising her assessment of him slightly upward. That is precisely what it means. So he needs a trial, Harry said. He does. And if he's innocent, he comes out. That is how trials generally work, yes. Harry nodded. He put his hands in his pockets and felt the compass there, warm and steady. Okay, he said. Then let's go. Behind them, through the closing car door, he heard Petunia's voice break out of the house, sharp, rising, the edge of genuine fear in it, and under the fear something else, something that might have been guilt if it had been allowed to grow in that house, which it hadn't. Harry heard it and felt, not triumph, exactly. Not satisfaction. More like the sensation of a knot that had been in his chest for 10 years loosening one deliberate fiber at a time. He didn't look back at the house. The ministry car pulled away from Privet Drive. The quiet lifted behind them and the street came back to itself, the birds, the traffic, someone's radio, and number 4 sat in the late afternoon sun looking exactly like every other house on the road, which had always been its most convincing lie. The sky to the west was going gold and the car moved through it easily, and Harry sat in the back seat with the cardboard box next to him and the photograph on the top of the pile, face up, his parents, young and alive and laughing at something out of frame, and his mother's hand raised in a wave that was meant for him, specifically, always only for him. He put his hand over it briefly. Then he looked out the window at the world going past. He'd been living in the margins of his own life. He understood that now, had understood it before, maybe, but understanding something in the abstract and understanding it in your body with the shed door open behind you and a cardboard box with all your worldly possessions in your lap were two different things. He'd been surviving in the gaps between other people's stories. That was done. He didn't know what Hogwarts was yet, not really. He didn't know what Wizarding Britain looked like or how it worked or who else was in it. He didn't know what his godfather's face looked like or whether Sirius Black was a good man or a guilty one or something in between. He had his father's voice in a compass and his mother's wave in a photograph and 3 weeks until the world he apparently belonged to would open its doors to him properly. He looked like a boy sitting in a car with a cardboard box. He felt like something beginning. The ministry safe house turned out to be a quiet terraced property in a part of London that Harry vaguely recognized as being real from a map he'd studied at school, though the house itself had the slightly off quality of something that had been adjusted, its dimensions slightly too generous, its proportions slightly too comfortable. Davies brought him in and showed him a room that had actual curtains and a real bed and a bookshelf, empty, but there. Someone had left a plate of sandwiches on the desk with the practical care of a person who wasn't sure what else to offer but knew food was a start. Harry ate 3 of them standing up without thinking about it, because he hadn't eaten since breakfast and lunch had been the prospect of lunch, then went and stood at the window looking out at the street. Davies knocked on the open door. Director Bones will be back tomorrow morning. There's a lot of paperwork to move through. Tonight you just rest. Harry looked at him. When does Sirius Black's trial happen? Davies blinked. We're not at that stage yet. The case has to be reopened. How long does that take? A pause. Theoretically, with the right political priority, the Wisengamot could schedule an emergency session within weeks? Months? Weeks. If Director Bones pushes it. She will, Harry said. He wasn't being assertive about it. He just knew, from 43 minutes in a shed and one conversation through a car window, that Amelia Bones was the kind of person who found something wrong and fixed it without waiting to see if someone else would. Davies looked at him for a moment with that same recalibrating expression, like he was updating a file. "I'll leave you to it," he said. After he left, Harry took the compass out of his pocket and set it on the desk next to the empty bookshelf. The brass caught the lamplight. He sat on the edge of the bed, a real bed, with actual springs and actual give, so different from the cot in the cupboard and even the too small bed at Privet Drive that for a second the contrast was almost physical, and thought about his father's voice. Surviving is the thing that gets you to the part where you can start choosing instead. He'd been surviving. He'd been very good at it. Now the choice part was starting, and Harry had a clear, specific, almost architectural sense of what he wanted. He wanted his godfather out of an illegal imprisonment. He wanted to see Hogwarts. He wanted to know what he could do with the thing that lived in him that made glass vibrate and locks turn and teachers find their grade books had been alphabetized overnight when Harry was particularly bored. He wanted, and this was the thing he hadn't let himself want before because wanting things in the Dursley house was a liability, he wanted to be known. Not famous, not stared at. Known. By people who were worth knowing him. He looked at his mother waving from the photograph. "Working on it," he told her. She waved back. He lay back on the actual bed with the actual springs and looked at the ceiling and waited for morning with the steady, focused patience of someone who has spent 10 years waiting for things and has finally figured out how to make waiting useful. Outside, London made its ordinary evening noises. Somewhere across the city, in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones was signing an order to reopen the case of Sirius Orion Black, imprisoned without trial 11 years prior. In Azkaban, on its North Sea rock, a man who had been a boy once, who had been James Potter's best friend and Harry Potter's godfather and the world's most laughing, irreverent presence, sat in a cell and did not know that 43 minutes ago everything had changed. Harry Potter closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow it starts properly. He was asleep in 4 minutes. His first proper sleep in 10 years. The compass on the desk hummed, very quietly, warm as a cupped hand. Chapter 2, The weight of a name. Amelia Bones arrived at 7 in the morning with a briefcase, 2 cups of tea, and the expression of someone who had already been working for 3 hours. Harry was already up. He'd found, the previous evening, that the bookshelf wasn't entirely empty. Someone had left a copy of A Beginner's Guide to Magical Britain wedged behind the shelf support bracket, either forgotten or deliberately placed for exactly this situation. He'd read the whole thing by 2 in the morning, then lay in the dark thinking about it until dawn, then gotten up and read the relevant sections again. By the time Amelia knocked he had questions, and he'd organized them in order of priority. She paused in the doorway when she saw him sitting at the desk with the book open and a short list written in the margin of the ministry notepad someone had left with the sandwiches. "You're an early riser," she said. "I'm usually up at 6 to start breakfast," Harry said. Then, before she could do anything with that information, the flash of something crossing her face that he didn't want to manage right now, he said, "Where are we with the case?" She came in, set one of the teas in front of him without asking if he wanted it, and sat in the room's single chair with the businesslike arrangement of someone conducting a meeting. The Dursleys were formally processed last night. Vernon and Petunia Dursley have been charged under Section 14 of the Child Protection Act and Section 41 of the Guardianship Breach Statutes. They'll appear before a preliminary Wisengamot panel in 6 weeks. Memory modification? Harry asked, because he'd read the relevant section twice. Amelia raised an eyebrow. "You've been reading. It's in Chapter 7. Standard sanction for Muggle guardians found in breach. The offending party's knowledge of the wizarding world is sealed to prevent retaliatory disclosure." "That's correct. It will be part of the sentencing recommendation." She looked at him steadily. "It's not something you have control over. I want to be clear about which parts of this process are yours to direct and which aren't." Harry thought about that. He picked up the tea, which was good, better than anything that had come out of the Dursleys' kitchen. What parts are mine to direct? Guardianship. The will stipulates that once the protection clause is invoked, the ward, that's you, has the right to provide formal input on guardianship decisions to the Waisengamot. You're not a voting member and your preference doesn't override the legal process. But your statement carries significant weight. She paused. Particularly given the circumstances. Sirius Black, Harry said. Yes. You signed the order to reopen his case. Something in Amelia's expression shifted, very slightly. Davies has a loose mouth. He mentioned it was theoretically possible, Harry said. And you're the kind of person who does theoretically possible things immediately. He looked at her. I'm not criticizing. I mean it the other way. There was a pause during which Amelia appeared to be deciding something. Then she said, the order was filed at 11:47 last night. Sirius Black was imprisoned on November 2, 1981 without trial, formal charge, or Waisengamot hearing. He was categorized under emergency wartime powers, which is technically legal but requires review within 12 months. That review never happened. She said this with the flatness of someone reporting a fact that makes them angry and who has decided that anger is most useful when compressed. The invocation of the Potter Protection Clause triggered a mandatory audit of all named parties in the will. The audit found the irregularity. The law is very clear about what happens next. He gets a trial, Harry said. He gets a trial. When? I've requested an emergency Waisengamot session. Given the political implications, she paused, and for the first time something complicated moved through her expression. Given those implications, I expect resistance from certain quarters. But the law is the law, and I intend to make that point at significant volume if necessary. She picked up her briefcase and opened it on her knee. Before we discuss the timeline, there's someone arriving this morning who also needs to be managed. Harry knew who it was before she said the name. There was only one person whose management would require the specific tone she'd just used. Dumbledore, he said. He arrived at the ministry at 6:15, Amelia said, with the air of someone describing a weather event. He was, characteristically, aware of the situation before most of my department. He has requested a meeting with you. What did you tell him? I told him he was welcome to request one and that it was your decision. She pulled a folder from the briefcase and set it on the desk in front of Harry. For what it's worth, I think you should meet him. He'll be more useful to you as a known quantity. Harry opened the folder. Ministry letterhead, his name at the top, the formal language of wizarding child protection law laid out in dense paragraphs. He read the first page and then looked up. Did he know? About the Dursleys. Amelia was quiet for exactly long enough to confirm it. He arranged it, Harry said. Not accusingly. Stating it. Yes. Why? You'll have to ask him that. She met his eyes. And I'd recommend you do. Directly. Harry thought about what his father had said in the Compass recording, the thing about choices, about surviving until you could start choosing. He thought about a man who had looked at a 10-year-old in a shed, 10 years ago, and decided it was acceptable. All right, he said. Send him in. Dumbledore arrived 20 minutes later, which suggested he'd been waiting very close by. Harry had used the 20 minutes to finish reading the folder, to drink his tea, and to move so that he was standing when the door opened rather than sitting, because standing was better for the kind of conversation this was going to be. Albus Dumbledore was tall, ancient, and wore robes that probably had a specific name in the wizarding world and which would have looked absurd on anyone else. His beard was long and very white and he had the half-moon spectacles that Harry had read about briefly in one book and which looked, in person, like a deliberate prop, something to peer over at crucial moments. He did exactly that when he came through the door and saw Harry standing at the desk with the folder closed under his hand. His expression was complicated. Harry watched it happen, the preparation Dumbledore had clearly made for this meeting encountering the reality of Harry himself and having to rapidly adjust. Harry was used to that. Adults expected the child they decided he was and had to keep recalculating. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm, the warmth of a fireplace in a room you're entering from the cold, the kind of warmth that made you want to trust it. "I am very glad to see you well." "Are you?" Harry said. Not rudely. Neutrally. A small pause. Dumbledore came further into the room, moving with the unhurried ease of someone accustomed to occupying space in a way that felt benign. He glanced at the chair, then at Harry, and apparently decided not to take it without being invited to. That small courtesy, noticing it, weighing it, landed differently than it might have. Harry let it land. "I imagine," Dumbledore said, "that you have questions for me." "One main one," Harry said. "Why the Dursleys?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He moved to the window, not to avoid Harry, but the movement of someone gathering something, taking a breath before lifting a weight. When he turned back, the warm quality in his expression had been replaced by something more honest. Harder. "Your mother's sacrifice created a protection," he said. "When she died for you, willingly, consciously, with love as its engine, she embedded a specific magic in you. An ancient kind. The kind that cannot be replicated or legislated." He paused. "That magic required a blood anchor to remain active. Petunia Dursley is your mother's sister. As long as you lived under her roof and she maintained, however grudgingly, the fact of your care, the blood magic held. It created a shield against Voldemort, against his followers, against any magical threat that carried his mark or his intention." Harry listened to all of this. "The shield required me to live there. Until you turned 17, yes. Did it require them to treat me the way they did?" Dumbledore looked at him. "No. Could you have monitored the situation? Checked in?" A longer pause this time. "Yes. But you didn't." "Not as I should have." Something in Dumbledore's voice shifted, not a flinch, but the internal movement of a man confronting something he'd put in a box he didn't open often. "I told myself the wards were sufficient. That the magical protection was the priority, and that children are resilient, and that the normal difficulties of an unusual upbringing would not." He stopped. "Those were comfortable things to believe." Harry looked at him steadily. "They were wrong things to believe." "Yes," Dumbledore said simply. "They were." It was, Harry thought, to the old man's credit that he didn't argue. Didn't reframe or deflect or find a way to make the greater good swallow the thing whole. He just held it. "The wards," Harry said, moving forward because they were here now and the past was a fixed thing. "My mother's protection. Does invoking the clause and leaving break it?" Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted very slightly, the recalculation again. "You've been thinking about this. Answer the question." "The protection is tied to your life, not your location," Dumbledore said, with the tone of a man answering more carefully than he might have a minute ago. "Voldemort, if he were to return, would still find it impossible to harm you directly through the mechanism your mother created. The blood anchor strengthened the magic during childhood. You've carried it now for 10 years. It's woven into you." He paused. "Leaving Privet Drive before 17 weakens the geographical shield, the specific protection of that house's address. But it does not undo your mother's sacrifice." Harry nodded. He'd suspected something like this. The compass's enchantment, measuring harm, measuring enough, suggested his father had known the protection had limits, had known there was a version of this where the magic was preserved enough without the geography. Otherwise the clause wouldn't have been built to trigger. "My father knew," Harry said. "James was." Dumbledore paused, and something genuinely warm moved through him, briefly, like light under a door. "James was exceptionally clever. More than he was usually given credit for. He built the clause as a fail-safe against exactly this situation, that someone with good intentions might prioritize the protection over the child." He met Harry's eyes. "He built it as a check on me, specifically. He didn't trust me entirely, and I think, reviewing the last decade, that his instinct was sound. Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about his father's voice, the part where you can start choosing, and about a man who had been 21 years old and already building contingencies against his own allies making the wrong call. "What happens now?" Harry said. "From your perspective. What are you going to do?" Dumbledore seemed slightly surprised to be asked. "I intend to support the Ministry's process," he said. Sirius Black's trial, which I should have pushed for 11 years ago, and did not, and that is another thing I must sit with, needs to happen. Your proper guardianship needs to be resolved. And you need to come to Hogwarts." He paused. "In that order, roughly. Are you going to try to manage me?" Harry asked. It was a direct question and it landed directly. Dumbledore was quiet for a full 3 seconds. "I would be dishonest," he said slowly, "if I claimed I had no instinct to guide you towards certain outcomes. I am a strategist by nature and by habit, and you are, significant. The choices you make over the next several years will matter enormously." "That's not an answer to my question." "No." Dumbledore looked at him with something that might have been, under everything else, something close to respect. "I am going to try not to manage you. I expect I will occasionally fail at that and you will tell me so, and I expect that will be educational for both of us." Harry looked at him for a moment. Then, not warmly exactly, but with a kind of considered honesty, "That's probably the best answer you could have given." "Ah," Dumbledore said, and the fireplace warmth was back, but it was different now, less performed, more real. "You are remarkably like your father. With, I think, considerably more patience." "Lower bar than you'd think," Harry said. Dumbledore almost smiled. "Perhaps." He moved toward the door, then paused. "Harry. I want you to know, and I understand if you don't believe it yet, or if it doesn't mean much given everything, I am glad you invoked the clause. I am glad you are out of that house. Whatever I failed to do, whatever I justified to myself, I am glad the failsafe worked." Harry thought about 30 seconds in the shed, counting silently to himself, every day, year after year. "You should have come for me yourself," he said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I should have." He left. Harry sat back down at the desk and looked at the closed folder and thought about the way Dumbledore had said significant, not famous, not chosen, significant, and filed it in the part of his mind that held things he didn't have full context for yet. The next 3 days were administrative in a way that felt entirely new to Harry. The Ministry had a process and Amelia Bones ran it with the efficiency of someone who had personally redesigned it 3 times, and Harry moved through it without resistance and with his eyes open. There was a healer who arrived the first afternoon. She was brisk and professional and had clearly been briefed on the situation because she didn't ask Harry to explain anything, she just conducted her assessment with a quiet competence that Harry found easier to bear than the alternative. She documented things. She gave him a mild restorative potion that tasted like someone had boiled a meadow. She said nothing that was pity and everything that was professional care, and Harry was grateful for the distinction. There was a Ministry solicitor named Clearwater, no relation, she said, to anyone Harry would know, but he'd find out that wasn't quite true later, who walked him through the legal framework. He asked good questions. She answered them without condescension and twice went back to check her notes when he pressed a specific point, which meant she was honest and not just performing competence. There was a wizarding seamstress who arrived on the second day with a trunk of robes and a tape measure and a manner so professionally neutral that Harry suspected she'd been specifically chosen for this task, and who produced 3 complete sets of appropriate clothing in 2 hours with minimal fuss and 1 raised eyebrow when Harry politely declined the dress robes she'd started to include. "You'll want them eventually," she said. "I'll get them when I know what I'm going to them," Harry said. She put them in anyway. He let her. On the second evening Davies knocked on his door and said, "Director Bones thought you might want to see this," and handed him a copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline read, "Potter heir invokes ancient family clause, Ministry in chaos." There was a photograph of number 4 Privet Drive taken from across the street. Below it, a smaller headline, Dursleys charged under Child Protection Act. Below that, smaller still, buried but there, black imprisonment queried. Harry read the article. It was not, mostly, accurate. There was a great deal of speculation about his mental state and his appearance and what this meant for the boy who lived and whether he would still attend Hogwarts, and at least 3 sentences about what Dumbledore thought which might have been fabricated. The Prophet's reporter had clearly had access to someone in the ministry who spoke more than they should have. But the black imprisonment queried line was real. Someone had confirmed it, officially or otherwise. It was in print. Once things were in print they were harder to put back in boxes. Harry put the paper on the desk next to the compass. On the 3rd day, Amelia Bones came back with a date. The emergency Wisengamot session for Black's case is scheduled for August 28, she said, sitting down with her usual briefcase efficiency. That gives us 12 days. What's the current evidence? Harry asked. Amelia opened her briefcase. Peter Pettigrew, she said, and something in her voice went careful in a specific way, was the secret keeper for your parents. Not Sirius Black, as has been assumed. Sirius Black had suggested a switch, himself as decoy, Pettigrew as the actual keeper, on the logic that Voldemort would go for the more obvious choice. She paused. Pettigrew was a Death Eater. He gave Voldemort your parents' location. When Sirius confronted him on a Muggle street the following day, Pettigrew created an explosion that killed 12 Muggles, cut off his own finger, and disappeared. Everyone assumed Black had killed him. Harry absorbed this. Pettigrew is alive. We believe so. We haven't found him. But the wand evidence from the street explosion, re-examined with modern forensic magic, is consistent with Pettigrew casting, not Black. She met his eyes. And Sirius Black, when he was taken, was laughing. Not the laugh of someone who'd won. Witnesses described it as, broken. Like he'd understood what had just happened and couldn't process it any other way. Harry thought about a man in a cell for 11 years for something he didn't do. He thought about that laugh, and what it must have contained. How is he? Harry asked. Actually. Amelia's expression did something careful. Azkaban is. She paused. The Dementors extract hope. Not as a side effect. As a function. 11 years means he's diminished from what he was. Whether that's reversible, the healers can't say until they have access to him, which they'll get the moment the trial begins. She looked at Harry. He's alive. He's coherent. That's remarkable in itself. I want to testify at the trial, Harry said. You're 10 years old. I know. I want to testify anyway. I have a statement to give about the guardianship record. The compass documented everything, it's legally admissible evidence under the same clause that activated the investigation. And a statement about the will. My fathers will name Sirius as primary guardian. I can speak to the intent. He met her eyes. You said my input carries significant weight. Amelia was quiet for a moment. It does. So I want to give it. She looked at him for a long 3 seconds with the expression of someone who has been in wizarding law enforcement for 30 years and is encountering something she hasn't encountered before. Then she said, I'll arrange it, with the specific briskness of a woman who has made a decision and considers it final. The days between filled themselves. Harry read everything the safe house's eclectic collection of forgotten books could give him. He found a basic defense against the dark arts text, which he read twice and found mostly interesting if occasionally dramatic. He found a volume on wizarding history that was aggressively biased towards certain family lines but still informative. He found a battered copy of Quidditch Through the Ages that he read purely for pleasure and which was the first book he'd read purely for pleasure in longer than he could remember, and that small fact sat with him. He thought about Hogwarts. About the magical world opening up in front of him like a country he'd always known existed but had never had the papers to enter. He thought about what he could do, the glass vibrating, the locks turning, the time his hair had grown back overnight after Petunia cut it. Magic. His. He didn't know the shape of it yet, didn't know its rules or its edges or what it looked like when it was trained rather than accidental. The idea of that, of learning a thing that was already part of him, made him restless in a good way, impatient in the way of someone approaching something genuinely worth being impatient for. He thought about Sirius Black, 11 years on a rock in the North Sea, laughing because he couldn't process it any other way. He thought about his father's voice. "I believe in your choices, Harry. In yours specifically." On the evening of August 27th, the night before the trial, Harry sat at the desk with the compass in his hand and tried to say something out loud and found he didn't have words for it yet. So he just held it. The warmth was the same as the first time, specific, directed, like being known. His father had put that into the metal. Whatever enchantment made it work, it was built from something real. He put the compass in his pocket and went to bed. He didn't count to 30 that night. He didn't need to. The Wizengamot chamber was older than anything Harry had seen. Older than the safe house, older than the ministry corridors they'd walked through to get here, older than the portraits and the enchanted windows and all the other apparatus of a civilization going back centuries. It was circular and tiered, and the stone had the deep, unmoved quality of something that had been sitting in exactly this arrangement for a very long time. 50-odd Wizengamot members sat in their purple and gold, and behind the public gallery, warded off but visible, there were observers, journalists, ministry officials. The room was full. Harry walked in with Amelia Bones and felt every eye in the place find him. He walked to the chair, not the chair with chains, which was in the center for criminal proceedings, a witness chair, set to one side, positioned so that Harry faced the chief warlock but could see the full chamber. He sat in it and looked around without hurrying and without performing calm. He was calm. Performing it would have been different. In the prisoner's area, which was walled in clear conjured stone so he could be seen but was separated from the proceedings, sat Sirius Black. Harry had tried to prepare himself. Amelia's diminished had been a careful word for something that, in person, was difficult to look at. Sirius was not old, 40, maybe, in years. But his face had been marked by 11 years of dementors in a way that was nothing like ordinary aging. He was thin in the specific way of someone who had lost something essential, not just weight. His hair was long and matted and his eyes were large in a face that had been hollowed by sustained proximity to despair. He sat straight, that at least, with the automatic posture of someone who had refused, on some fundamental level, to let everything go. He looked at Harry when Harry sat down. Harry looked back. There was a moment. Long enough to matter. Sirius's expression did something complicated, recognition, and under it something that had been sealed away for a long time surfacing all at once, the way pressure builds under ice and then the ice cracks and everything is briefly visible. Harry gave him a small, precise nod. "I see you. I'm here. Hold on." Sirius's jaw moved once. He looked away. The chief warlock called the session to order. The formal reading of the charges against Sirius, corrected now, revised, the original charges of mass murder and treason overlaid with the new evidence framework Amelia's team had built in 12 days of intensive work, took 17 minutes. The chamber was very quiet throughout. The journalists in the gallery were very still in the way of people trying not to move in case movement disrupted the thing they were watching. Amelia presented the forensic evidence first. The wand analysis, the contradiction in the official account, the documented fact of no trial, the ministry's own emergency powers statute and the review provision that had been ignored. She presented it with the controlled precision of a surgeon, laying each element down carefully, no flourishes, no rhetoric. The evidence was the rhetoric. Then she said, "I would like to call a witness," and Harry stood up before his name was finished. The chamber looked at him. He looked back at it. "Harry James Potter," he said, and his voice was even and clear, invoking the parental protection clause of the Potter family will. He pulled the compass out of his pocket. The brass caught the chamber's light, and around the room Harry could see people recognizing it, the family crest, the enchantment, the specific magical weight of a will echo device. Several of the older Wisengamot members shifted in their seats. This compass, Harry said, was built by my father, James Potter, and enchanted to document the conditions of my guardianship from the night of October 31, 1981. Everything it recorded is legally admissible under the original clause. He said it on the witness stand. I won't go through the record in detail because Director Bones has already submitted it. What I want to say is about my godfather. He turned to look at Sirius directly, which meant turning slightly away from the chief warlock, which he did deliberately. My fathers will name Sirius Orion Black as my primary guardian. Not as a convenience. My father trusted very few people completely. He trusted Sirius Black completely enough to name him the person he wanted raising his son. That's not a small thing and it's not a casual decision. He turned back to the chamber. That trust was never given the chance to function. My godfather was imprisoned without trial, illegally, as Director Bones has laid out, and I was placed elsewhere without anyone asking what the will actually said. He paused. The man sitting in that enclosure has lost 11 years. I'm not going to pretend that my testimony is going to give those back. But I can tell you that the man who built the compass I'm holding believed in Sirius Black's character completely, and I believe my father knew Sirius Black better than anyone in this room. The chamber was silent. That's all I have, Harry said, and sat back down. The deliberation took 2 hours. Harry sat through all of it. He watched the Wisengamot members argue in the undertone of people who know they're being observed and are modulating accordingly. He watched 2 members who clearly wanted to vote the other way encounter the legal reality that there was no other way to vote and experience the specific discomfort of that. He watched Dumbledore, sitting in the gallery as an observer, watch him with an expression Harry couldn't fully read but which contained something that might have been, at its deep core, grief. The vote was 37-9 in favor of full acquittal. Sirius walked out of the enclosure. He walked toward Harry first. Not the ministry officials, not the healers waiting at the edge of the room, not anyone official. He crossed the chamber floor with the careful walk of someone whose legs were less sure than they used to be, and he stopped in front of Harry's chair and looked at him for a long moment. You look like James, he said. His voice was rough, not from the dramatic emotion of it but from simple disuse. 11 years of not having much worth saying. But your eyes are, my mother's, Harry said. He'd been told. Yeah. Sirius's throat moved. Yeah. Harry stood up. He was 10 years old and Sirius was a grown man and neither of them had the context for this yet, for what they were to each other, what they could build, all the years they'd missed, and the chamber was full of people watching, and none of that mattered particularly because the only thing that mattered was that this man was in front of him and alive and free and it was, Harry thought, the first time in his life that something had gone right in a big irreversible way. He did something that surprised him. He stepped forward and put his arms around his godfather's ribs, which were too prominent under the prison robes, and held on. Sirius made a sound like something breaking and then something resolving. His arms came around Harry's shoulders and he bent his head and held on with the specific desperation of someone who had lost everything and found one real thing. The chamber was very quiet. Davies, standing to Harry's left, looked at the ceiling with the expression of a ministry official maintaining professional composure under duress. Amelia Bones looked at her briefcase. Dumbledore, in the gallery, looked at his hands. Harry let go first, because Sirius needed time and also because there were things still to do. You need healers, he said practically. And food. And probably a bath. Sirius let out a sound that was the ghost of a laugh, not the broken laugh from the street 11 years ago, but something on its way back from there, something that might eventually be the real thing. James's son all right, he said roughly. James and Lily's, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. James and Lily's, he agreed, and something in his face shifted toward the kind of peace that takes a very long time to find. Harry put the compass back in his pocket. Around them, the chamber began to move again, the way chambers do once the essential thing has happened, officials approaching, paperwork materializing, healers making their careful professional way towards Sirius. The world reorienting itself around a new fact. Harry watched it happen and thought about the bookshelf in the safe house, empty when he arrived, and the compass warm in his pocket, and the feel of a real bed springs, and the way choosing felt different from surviving. Extremely different. Better. He was going to Hogwarts in 4 days. He couldn't wait. Chapter 3, Gringotts and the Vault of Everything. Sirius cleaned up well. That was Harry's first thought when his godfather appeared in the doorway of the safe house's kitchen on the morning of August 30th, wearing borrowed robes that actually fit, his hair washed and pulled back and his face, still marked, still carrying the 11 years, but present in a way it hadn't been in the Wizengamot chamber. Like the lights had been turned back on in a house that had been dark for a long time. He moved more confidently too, though his hands still had a slight tremor that the healers said would resolve with time and adequate nutrition, both of which were being administered with the attentive efficiency of people who understood they were correcting a significant wrong. He sat down across from Harry at the kitchen table and looked at the spread, toast, eggs, proper tea, a pot of marmalade, with the expression of someone who was still, 3 days after release, slightly startled by ordinary things. "The healers say you're cleared for the day?" Harry asked, not looking up from the Daily Prophet, which had run 3 consecutive front pages about the trial and which Harry was reading with the same focus he gave everything, which was to say total. "Cleared, discharged, and told to eat more," Sirius said. He reached for the toast with the slightly deliberate movement of someone relearning casual actions. "What does it say today?" Harry turned the paper so Sirius could see the headline, "Black acquitted, Ministry faces scrutiny over 11-year imprisonment." Below it, a smaller but pointed subheading, "Who approved the illegal detention?" Sirius read it. His jaw tightened once, then released. "Fudge is going to have a terrible week." "He's already having one," Harry said. "There's a quote from him on page 4 where he says the ministry acted in good faith given the wartime circumstances, which would be more convincing if the wartime circumstances hadn't ended 11 years ago." Sirius looked at him for a moment. "You've been reading the political coverage." "Someone has to." Harry took the paper back. "Amelia says the formal guardianship transfer will be finalized today. You'll be my legal guardian by this afternoon." "And then?" "Gringotts." Harry looked up. "I need to access the Potter vault. I've been a ward of the ministry for 10 days and I need my own resources sorted before Hogwarts. Also," he paused, "my father's will apparently include specifications beyond the clause. Clearwater said there are sealed documents that can only be opened with a Potter heir present at the bank." Sirius was quiet for a moment, working through the toast with methodical attention. "You know," he said, "when James used to make complicated plans, he'd always start them with a very casual sentence. Like it wasn't a plan at all. Just a natural sequence of events." Harry looked at him. "You do that," Sirius said. "The same way." "Amelia's arranging escort," Harry said, which was not an acknowledgement but also wasn't a denial. Sirius almost smiled. It was a real smile, the edges of it, the working parts of it, even if it wasn't quite complete yet. 3 days wasn't enough to rebuild something 11 years had worn down, but 3 days was a start, and starts were everything. "Right then," he said. "Gringotts." The ministry escort turned out to be Davies again, which Harry had expected. Amelia assigned Davies to Harry with the consistency of someone who trusted him specifically, plus a second Auror named Proudfoot who was cheerful and efficient and spoke to Harry the same way she spoke to Sirius and Davies, which Harry appreciated without remarking on. They fled from the ministry itself, which Harry had not done before, and which was genuinely unpleasant in a specific spinning through green fire way that he mentally catalogued as tolerable and moved on. Diagon Alley hit him like a wave. He'd read about it. He'd read about Gringotts and Ollivanders and Flourish and Blots and the Leaky Cauldron and the general character of the place, but reading about it and walking out of the Leaky Cauldron into the bright August morning and having all of it in front of him were entirely different experiences. The noise, the color, the smell of something sweet from the ice cream parlor mixing with the dry papery smell from the bookshop, the goblin's cart visible even from this distance rattling up the Gringotts steps, the sheer compressed life of the place, people in robes, children pulling at parents' hands, an owl-post station with a constant aerial traffic of brown parcels, a sign advertising dragon-hide gloves that shifted its letters every few seconds. Harry stopped walking for approximately 4 seconds, then started again before anyone noticed. Sirius noticed. Of course he did. He said nothing but he moved slightly closer, not hovering, just present, and Harry registered it without acknowledging it. "We should move quickly," Davies said, low and practical. "The prophet's coverage means people will recognize," he was correct. It happened before he finished the sentence. A woman coming out of the apothecary looked up, looked at Harry, and grabbed her companion's arm. By the time they'd covered half the distance to Gringotts there was a small wake of attention forming behind them, the ripple of a name moving through a crowd. Harry felt it without turning around. He kept walking. He was looking at everything, the shop windows, the architecture, the magic visible in the ordinary functioning of the street, a broom hovering unattended outside a shop door, an enchanted display in a window arranging and rearranging itself, and the attention at his back was real but it was not the most interesting thing present and he refused to let it become so. Harry Potter. He turned. A boy about his age, red-haired, freckled, standing with 2 adults and an extremely old witch in a wheelchair who appeared to be asleep. The boy was staring with the specific wide-eyed quality of someone encountering a legend, and Harry felt the familiar slight weariness of it, not unkindness toward the boy, who couldn't help what he'd heard or how he'd heard it, but the weariness of being looked at as a story rather than a person. He gave the boy a nod, kept walking. The boy called something after him. Harry didn't catch it. "That'll be Ron Weasley," Sirius said, from the corner of his mouth. "Arthur Weasley's son. Good family. I'll meet him properly on the train," Harry said. Gringotts, up close, was as imposing as advertised. White stone and tall columns and goblins at every checkpoint and the particular atmosphere of a place that had been taking money very seriously for a very long time. Harry walked in through the main doors and felt the shift. The ambient magic was different here, denser and more deliberate, the magic of security systems and deep enchantments and vaults that went further underground than seemed reasonable. Davies presented their credentials at the main desk. The goblin who received them, sharp-faced, precise, with the expression of someone whose professional tolerance for human drama was finite, reviewed the paperwork, reviewed it again, and then said, "Potter Air." "Yes," Harry said. The goblin looked at him over the desk. "Griphook will assist you." He said Griphook with the inflection of someone designating a significant assignment. A second goblin appeared from a side door, older, carrying a folder with the careful deliberateness of someone who had been waiting for this specifically. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said. He had a voice like dry paper and the eyes of someone who had seen every variety of human circumstance without being moved by any of it. He looked at Harry and then at the compass on Harry's belt. Harry had taken to wearing it on a belt loop, the chain threaded through, visible, and something moved through his expression that wasn't quite professional neutrality. "If you'll follow me." They went not to the carts. Harry caught the entrance to the cart track and filed it for later, but to a different corridor, stone-floored and lit by something greenish and indirect. Griphook led them to a room that was clearly a meeting space of some gravity, with a long table and chairs that were comfortable in the specific way of furniture designed to communicate that you were being taken seriously. Davies and Proudfoot waited outside. Harry sat at the table. Sirius sat next to him. Griphook took the seat across from them and opened the folder. "The Potter accounts," Griphook said, "have been under Gringotts management since the vault was established in 1342. He paused, letting that land. It landed. "The primary vault, Vault 687, contains the liquid assets of the Potter estate in current denomination. The secondary vault, Vault 32, is the ancestral vault, sealed to Potter blood, containing items, documents, and instruments held in trust across multiple generations." He looked at Harry. There is also the matter of the sealed instructions left at the time of the last will filing. He produced, from the folder, a heavy envelope made of something that wasn't quite paper. It had no writing on the outside, no name, no address, nothing. It was simply sealed with a wax impression of the Potter crest, the same stag and doe as the compass. Harry took it and held it and felt, again, that specific warmth. "You may open it here or in private," Griphook said. "We would suggest in private. The contents are," he paused, which for a goblin who dealt in everything was notable, extensive. Harry looked at Sirius. "I'll step out," Sirius said immediately. "No," Harry said. "You're my guardian. Stay." Something moved through Sirius's expression. He stayed. Harry broke the seal. What unfolded from the envelope was not just a letter. It was a letter, his mother's handwriting, which he recognized from the single note on the back of the photograph, the same neat, slightly left-leaning script, and with it, a set of documents, and with those, a smaller compass, identical to his own but silver rather than brass, and a key. He read the letter first. "Harry, if you're reading this, James's compass worked. I want you to know it was my enchantment on the measurement system. James built the mechanism, I built the threshold calculations. I'm a better arithmancer than he was, though don't tell him. Actually tell him. He'd like knowing I said it." Harry's throat moved once. He kept reading. "The key opens the ancestral vault. You'll find things there you should know about, family history, the Potter library, your grandfather's research, and some items I added myself before we went into hiding. I left instructions with Griphook about which of my books should be prioritized for a young reader with, I suspect, a lot of catching up to do. The documents in this envelope are the formal amendment to the will that James filed 1 week before Halloween. Sirius is your guardian, that's the primary document. The secondary document is a trust instrument that gives you independent access to Vault 687 from the age of 10, requiring no guardian countersignature, on the logic that if you were ever in a situation where you needed to access it independently, you probably couldn't wait for a signature. Your father argued with me about the age. I won. The silver compass is mine. It works differently from James's, his is designed to document and speak. Mine is designed to navigate. If you're ever in a situation where you don't know which way to go, hold it and think clearly about what you want, not what you're afraid of. It will point. I want to say so many things. The letter has to be long enough to say all of them and short enough that you'll actually read it, and I know you, Harry, I know what you're like, I've felt it in you from before you could speak, so I'm going to trust that you'll ask questions when you need to, and find things when you're ready, and build what you want to build. Be kind where you can. Be relentless where you must. Don't let anyone tell you that your anger is unreasonable, it isn't. Don't let anyone tell you that your softness is weakness, it isn't either. And take care of Sirius. He's going to need it. He's always seemed like the one doing the taking care of, but he needed James more than he'd ever say, and I think he'll need you the same way. All my love, always, across everything. Mum. Harry put the letter down on the table. The room was very quiet. Sirius was looking at the wall behind Griphook with the expression of someone applying significant effort to maintaining a face, which was an effort Harry recognized and respected. He slid the letter across the table without comment. Sirius read it. His hands were very still. When he finished, he set it down precisely and said nothing for a moment, and then said, "She always did beat James at arithmancy," and his voice was only slightly rough. "Is that true?" Harry asked. "Absolutely devastatingly true." Sirius cleared his throat. "She used to grade his work. He pretended to hate it." Harry picked up the silver compass and turned it in his hands. It was lighter than his father's, more elegant, and when he held it in his palm the warmth was different, less a heartbeat, more a hum, something continuous and orienting, like a compass needle settling on north. He put it in his other pocket. His father's brass on the left. His mother's silver on the right. He looked at Griphook. "I'd like to see Vault 32. Griphook nodded, as if this had been inevitable. "Of course, Mr. Potter." The cart, as it turned out, was everything. Harry gripped the front rail as they shot downward into the earth and the torches blurred and the cold hit, and beside him Sirius made a sound of surprised delight that was the most genuinely unguarded thing Harry had heard from him, which said something about what mine carts could achieve that therapy couldn't. Vault 32 was down further than 687, much further, in a different section of the tunnels where the stone was older and the goblin magic was embedded in it rather than applied to it, structural rather than decorative. Griphook opened it with a sequence of key turns and goblin-spoken words that Harry filed away with interest, and the doors swung back. It was larger than Harry had expected. Much larger. The ceiling was high enough to be uncertain in the torchlight, and the space was organized, not the overflow of accumulated centuries but the careful arrangement of someone who had been thinking about what would matter and what should be kept. Shelves of books along the left wall, indexed. Cases of instruments and objects along the right, some in glass, some behind simple wooden doors. A writing desk in the center with a chair and a reading lamp that lit itself when Harry walked in. And at the far end, visible even from the entrance, a portrait. It was his parents'. Not painted studio portrait formal. Painted from life, clearly, his father standing slightly behind his mother's chair, both of them in ordinary clothes, his mother reading something with one hand raised in a half-turned gesture toward James as if she'd been making a point when the painter caught them. His father was laughing, caught mid-laugh, and he had Harry's face and Harry's hair and Harry's particular way of standing slightly too casually for the situation, and Harry stood in the vault entrance and looked at them for a long moment. Neither portrait moved yet. They were waiting. Griphook had explained this outside, the ancestral portraits activated to the presence of a Potter blood heir, but it took a moment. Then his father looked up. It was nothing like the compass. The compass was voice only, preserved and deliberate, a recorded message. This was different. This was a magical portrait, which meant something approximating present, a painted consciousness that could observe and respond, not just replay. His father's painted eyes found him and went through the same rapid recalculation Harry had seen on Dumbledore's face, only faster and more open. "Lily," James Potter said to the portrait beside him. "Look." His mother looked up from her book. She looked at Harry. Her painted face did something that Harry would never be able to describe precisely, and he was not going to try, because some things lived below the level of description. "Hello, sweetheart," she said. "Hi," Harry said, and his voice came out without any of the careful steadiness he usually maintained, just the word, plain and unguarded, and he thought that was probably acceptable given the circumstances. They talked for 40 minutes. His father asked questions with the rapid, interested energy of someone who had been waiting and had stored up everything. His mother asked quieter questions that went to the heart of things faster. Sirius sat in the chair by the writing desk with his elbows on his knees and occasionally interjected in the way of someone who had sat in this particular dynamic before and knew exactly when to speak and when to let others have the floor. Harry told them about the compass finding. About invoking the claws. About Amelia Bones and the trial and the Wisengamot and the moment he'd seen Sirius across the chamber. He told it cleanly, without drama, the way he told everything, and his parents listened to all of it with the kind of attention that was its own form of love. "The Dursleys," his father said at one point, and his voice had gone to a specific place. "It's being handled," Harry said. "Legally. It's handled." James looked at him. "Are you?" "I'm fine," Harry said. And then, because his mother was also looking at him with the particular look that clearly communicated she required more than 2 words, he added, "It was a long time and it wasn't good and it's over now. I'm more interested in what comes next." His mother's portrait was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Your anger is allowed, Harry. You don't have to put it somewhere tidy." "I'm not putting it somewhere tidy," Harry said. "I'm putting it somewhere useful." He paused. "There's a difference." His mother looked at his father. His father looked back at her with the expression of a man seeing something he recognizes in a context he didn't anticipate. Useful, his father said. Right. Yes, that's right. His mother returned to Harry. You're going to Hogwarts? In 2 days. Sirius, she said, looking past Harry at his godfather, you're going with him to King's Cross. Absolutely, Sirius said, from the chair. He had been very quiet for the last several minutes and his face was doing something careful. And you're all right? She asked him, with the specific directness of someone who had asked this question many times before and knew how to listen to the real answer underneath whatever was said. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Getting there, he said. Getting there faster with company. She nodded. Good. Harry spent another hour in the vault after the conversation wound down, moving through the shelves. He pulled 6 books his mother's letter had flagged, including 2 on advanced magical theory that were probably too old for him and which he wanted immediately for exactly that reason. He found his grandfather Fleamont's research notes on haircare potions, which had apparently been the basis of a significant fortune, and filed this away as interesting. He found a box of his mother's arithmancy journals, early ones from her Hogwarts years, and handled them carefully and set them aside for later. He found, in a small locked case on the bottom shelf near the back, a folded piece of parchment with his name on it in his father's handwriting. Inside was a note, for when you're ready. The map knows the school better than the school knows itself. Don't let Filch catch you with it. Wrapped in the note was a piece of aged parchment, folded into a square, blank. Harry looked at it. He looked at the note. He tucked both carefully into the inside of his jacket. He spent another 20 minutes examining the instrument cases and found 3 objects he recognized from his reading and 2 he didn't, and made a note to come back with more time and better context. Then he went back to the desk, spent 10 minutes writing a short formal letter with the vault's quill and paper. He had to make himself slow down and adjust for the quill, which behaved differently from a pen, but he managed, and gave it to Griphook to pass to Clearwater at the Ministry, regarding the formal confirmation of access arrangements. Griphook received this with the expression of a goblin who had dealt with many Potter heirs and found this one unusual in specific ways. They went to Vault 687 next. Harry had prepared himself for wealth in the abstract. He had not quite prepared himself for wealth as a physical reality filling a significant stone room. The coins were stacked in columns that reached waist height, gold and silver and bronze, and the columns went back further than the torchlight reached clearly, and there were bags of coins already counted and stacked on a side shelf, and there was a safety deposit box along one wall that Griphook said contained non-coin assets, investments, property deeds, wizarding bonds. Harry looked at it all for a moment. How much, he said. Griphook produced a summary from his folder. The number at the bottom of the summary was long enough that Harry read it twice to make sure he had the commas right. He had the commas right. Your parents were careful investors, Griphook said, with a professional neutrality that contained, Harry thought, a suggestion of approval. Your grandfather Fleamont was more so. The haircare enterprise sold for a significant multiple in 1979. I know, Harry said. I found the research journals. Griphook looked at him. You found them quickly. The shelves are well indexed, Harry said. He took 2 bags of coins from the side shelf, school supplies, spending money, enough to matter, and put them in the small bottomless bag Griphook had provided. He did not take more than he needed. He was aware, in the specific way of someone who had grown up with nothing, that the fact of having something was still new enough to require careful handling. I'll want a full investment review, Harry said, after I've settled at Hogwarts. Probably November. Can that be arranged? Griphook's expression shifted, fractionally but definitively, into something that might on another face have been called approval. It can be arranged, Mr. Potter. They emerged from Gringotts into the mid-afternoon sun of Diagon Alley and the crowd that had formed. Not a mob, nothing aggressive. Just people. 24 of them, maybe more, ranged across the Gringotts steps and the street below, the particular gathering that forms when a name is in the papers 3 days running and the person connected to that name is known to be present somewhere in the vicinity. Harry saw it in a single sweep from the top step and made a rapid calculation. Running or hurrying would make it worse. Performing graciousness would be exhausting and false. The middle option was the only one. He walked down the steps at a normal pace. Harry Potter. A woman with a prophet badge, journalist, quick eyes, quick quotes, quill already moving. Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet, would you like to comment on? No comment for the prophet today, Harry said pleasantly, not stopping. Director Bones has a press liaison. The Black trial, your testimony was quite remarkable for a 10-year-old, he's innocent, Harry said, still moving. The evidence was clear. There's nothing remarkable about saying so. The Dursley situation, that's an active legal matter. He was past her now, moving through the crowd which was parting, not because Harry was pushing but because he was walking with the purpose of someone who knew exactly where he was going. Sirius fell into step beside him. Davies and Proudfoot bracketed them efficiently. Clearwater's the contact. One photo, not today. But, not today, he repeated, and there was something in his voice that communicated finality without hostility, the tone of someone who had drawn a line and would not be moved from it. The crowd thinned. He walked through it. Behind him, he heard the distinct sound of the quick quotes quill scratching anyway, and he thought Skeeter would write whatever Skeeter wanted to write, and the best he could do was give her as little real material as possible. They were almost at the leaky cauldron when the voice came from a doorway. Well. Potter. Harry stopped. He turned. The boy in the doorway of Madame Malkin's robes was his age, pale, blonde, with the kind of posture that was trained rather than natural and an expression doing the work of a face that hadn't had much practice at uncertainty. He was in a set of obviously new robes and held a bag with Madame Malkin's lettering. Behind him, a woman and a man, his parents clearly, the man with the same coloring, the woman with her hand on her son's shoulder. Harry looked at him without urgency. You're Draco Malfoy, Harry said. Not a question, he'd done enough reading on wizarding family lines to place the face and the coloring. Something shifted in the boy's expression. He'd clearly prepared for a different entrance. That's right. He moved forward slightly, chin up, with the body language of someone performing confidence in front of an audience he cares about. I heard you were in the alley today. Thought we might meet. We're meeting, Harry said. Draco Malfoy looked at Sirius, who was standing slightly behind Harry with his arms folded and the expression of someone watching a scene he's seen before in a different configuration, and then back at Harry. Sirius Black, he said, and his voice had a specific quality, the quality of someone repeating something they've heard from adults in a particular tone. You're claiming him as guardian? He's my godfather, Harry said. Named in my parents' will. Illegally imprisoned for 11 years. He looked at Malfoy directly. Is there something about that situation that's unclear? Draco's jaw tightened slightly. My father says, I'm sure he does, Harry said. I'll meet you at Hogwarts, Malfoy. He turned back toward the leaky cauldron. We should talk, Draco said, to his back. We're the same, you and I, old families. Power. Hogwarts is going to be, Harry turned back. Just once, just enough. He looked at Draco Malfoy with the calm, direct attention of someone who has measured a room in a single glance and knows exactly what everything in it weighs. We're not the same, he said, pleasantly. We might have interesting conversations, though. See you on the train. He went inside. Behind him, Sirius caught up and said, very quietly, Lucius Malfoy's face just now was extraordinary. What did it do? Harry said. Tried several expressions and settled on none of them. Good, Harry said. Davies was laughing, silently, behind them both. They ate at the leaky cauldron. Tom the barman treated the whole table to butterbeer that Harry had never had before and found excellent, and Sirius ate a full meal with the focused attention of someone whose body was still reconciling itself with the concept of regular food, and they sat for 2 hours in the afternoon warmth and talked about nothing consequential. Sirius told stories about James and Hogwarts, some clearly edited for Harry's age, some clearly not, which Harry appreciated, and Harry asked questions and Sirius answered them with the increasing ease of someone remembering how to do this, how to just be with someone, how to let things be ordinary. Harry asked about his mother too. Not just James, Lily. And Sirius talked about her with the specific reverence of someone who had loved someone without being in love with them, the rarer and sometimes deeper thing. She was the only person who ever told James to his face when he was being an idiot, Sirius said, and the only person he'd actually listened to. First 2 years at Hogwarts she couldn't stand him. Couldn't stand me either, honestly. A pause. I came around faster. What changed? Harry asked. Sirius considered this. She saw what he was like when things were hard. James at his best was very charming. James when something cost him, that was different. She saw that and it mattered. He looked at Harry. She was always looking for what was real. Didn't have much patience for the rest. Harry thought about that all the way back to the safe house. He thought about it while he packed, a real bag, a real trunk Amelia had sourced from ministry supplies, his books and his vault items and his 2 sets of clothes from the seamstress and the notes he'd made over the last 10 days, organized into a small system, and he thought about it while he lay in the dark on his last night before King's Cross. His mother looking for what was real. He thought he understood that. He thought he'd always understood it. Growing up in a house where everything's surface was performed, the perfect garden, the normal life, the ordinary family, had given him a finely tuned sense of what was real and what was constructed to look real. It was, he thought, possibly the most useful thing the Dursleys had ever given him, entirely by accident. The compass hummed softly in the dark from the bedside table. Both of them, brass and silver, his father and his mother, warm and orienting. He was going to Hogwarts tomorrow. He thought about the blank parchment in his father's note. The map knows the school better than the school knows itself. He was going to find out what that meant. He was going to find out what all of it meant. He closed his eyes, and for the second time in 10 days, sleep came easily. Chapter 4, The Hogwarts Express. King's Cross at 11 in the morning was the particular organized chaos of a major London terminus, trolleys and announcements and the smell of coffee from the platform kiosks and families moving in the purposeful, slightly frantic way of people who are definitely going to make their train and are furious that this is in question. Harry moved through it with his trunk on a trolley, Sirius beside him, and found platform 9 with no difficulty because he'd looked up the station layout the previous evening. Finding platform 9 3/4 was different, he'd read about the barrier, the running at the wall, the specific mechanism of it, but reading about a thing and walking toward a solid brick column at speed with your entire worldly possessions on a trolley were, again, different experiences. He stood in front of the barrier between 9 and 10 and looked at it. You just go through, Sirius said. Don't slow down at the end. The barrier reads hesitation as Muggle uncertainty and resists. How does it know? Magic, Sirius said, with the tone of someone who has had this conversation before and found it both amusing and slightly insufficient as an answer. Harry pushed the trolley at a normal walking pace and the brick swallowed him without drama and he was through, and the platform was there, and the train was there, and the train was something else entirely. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet. Not the functional dark red of British rail carriages but a genuine, unapologetic, considered scarlet, the red of something that knows exactly what it is and has no interest in being anything else. The steam coming from the engine was real and thick and smelled of something that wasn't quite coal, something warmer, and the platform around it was full of the particular density of a crowd that included owls in cages and cats on leads and at least one toad that was making a break for it while its owner, a round-faced boy with the expression of someone whose morning had already been difficult, chased it toward the luggage car. Harry loaded his trunk and turned back to Sirius. This was the part he hadn't thought all the way through, which was unusual for him. He'd thought through Gringotts and the Wisengamot and Dumbledore and the politics and the school supplies and the blank parchment, but he hadn't thought through this specific moment, platform, train, the mechanics of a departure that was also the beginning of something he didn't have full context for yet. Sirius looked at him. His face was doing several things at once, which was becoming familiar. Harry had learned over the last 3 days, a face that was constitutionally unable to do only one thing at a time. He was smiling, and the smile was real and forward-looking, and underneath it was something older and more complicated that Harry suspected was the specific grief of someone who had expected to do this from the beginning, to be the person walking James Potter's son to the train, and who was doing it 11 years late in borrowed robes with a slight tremor in his hands. "You'll write," Sirius said. Weakly, Harry said. "Owl Post works both ways. I'm going to be at Grimmauld Place." He said the name of the Black family home with the specific tone of someone acknowledging an obligation they would rather avoid. "Cleaning, mostly. It's been empty since," he stopped. "It'll keep me busy." "Don't let it swallow you," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. "Getting instructions from my 10-year-old ward. You told me yourself my mother always told James when he was being an idiot." "I'm not being an," Sirius paused. "Fair. That's fair." He put his hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, not a grip, not the over-emphatic contact of someone compensating for something, just a hand on a shoulder, solid and present. "Go learn things. Don't let them put you in a box." "I won't," Harry said. "And be careful with, Sirius." "Right." He took his hand back. Stepped back. "Go on then." Harry picked up his carry bag and got on the train. He found a compartment near the middle of the train, not the front, which would be conspicuous, not the back, which would seem like hiding, and settled in with his bag and pulled out the first of his mother's arithmancy journals. He wanted 10 minutes of quiet before the platform chaos reorganized itself into train chaos. He got 4. The door opened and a girl came in with the focused efficiency of someone conducting a systematic search. She had bushy brown hair and a cat carrier under one arm and a book in her other hand that she was still reading, and she swept the compartment with a single glance in the manner of someone who has already assessed the carriage and found this space optimal. "Is this compartment free?" she asked, though she was already sitting down, which suggested the question was courtesy rather than genuine inquiry. "Yes," Harry said. She set the cat carrier on the seat beside her and the cat inside, orange, flat-faced, enormously dignified, regarded Harry with the specific expression of a cat who has made comprehensive judgments about everyone in its vicinity and found them adequate for now. She opened her book. Then she looked up. "You're Harry Potter," she said. Not with the wide-eyed quality Harry had gotten used to. More with the tone of someone confirming a cross-reference. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Hermione Granger. I read about the claw's invocation in the Prophet." She looked at him with direct, appraising attention. The legal mechanism was interesting. "Parental protection clauses are extraordinarily rare. I read about them in Wizarding Family Law, a comprehensive history after the article. The last recorded invocation was 1847. Harry lowered his arithmancy journal. "Where did you find that?" "Flourish and blots. Family Law section, 3rd shelf from the left." She paused. "Are you reading Lily Potter's arithmancy journals?" Harry looked at the cover, which had his mother's name in the corner. "Yes. She published 3 papers in the Journal of Arithmetic Theory between 1979 and 1981, Hermione said. "I found them in the periodicals section at a wizarding library in Edinburgh. She was doing genuinely advanced work on numerical magical modeling. The second paper especially, the one on threshold calculations." Harry said. Hermione stopped. "Yes. You've read them?" "Not yet. But I know what she was working on." He picked up the journal. "She built the measurement system in my father's compass. The part that calculated whether I'd experienced enough to invoke the clause." Hermione was quiet for a full 3 seconds, which Harry had already learned in 4 minutes was unusual for her. She built a real-world application of the threshold model from the second paper, she said. Into a physical instrument. While she was in hiding. While she had a baby. Yes. She stopped. Started again. That's remarkable. Yes, Harry said, and something in his voice shifted slightly, warmer, the word containing more than it usually would. Hermione looked at him for another moment with the expression of someone updating a file, which Harry recognized because it was the same expression he had approximately 6 times a day. Then she opened her book again. I won't bother you, she said. I just wanted to establish that we could have an actual conversation if you wanted to. I want to, Harry said. She looked up. Now. In a bit. Let me finish this section. She went back to her book. The cat made a sound of comprehensive disapproval about something and then settled. Harry read for another 20 minutes. Then he said, without looking up, what house do you think you'll be in? Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, Hermione said, immediately. I've thought about it extensively. My temperament suits both, but I believe my priorities align more with Gryffindor if bravery is defined broadly enough to include intellectual courage rather than narrowly as physical fearlessness. Harry considered this. What's the hat actually like? I read the standard accounts, but they're all very vague about the experience. It reads your mind, Hermione said. Or at least your surface thoughts and character. The sorting is meant to take less than a minute for most students. Occasionally there are longer deliberations, those are called hat stalls. The last known one was 1991, apparently, though that might be current records. She paused. I wonder if it'll take long with you. Why? Because you're clearly not straightforward. Harry looked up from the journal. She was looking at him with the same direct quality as before, not rude, just honest in the way of someone who has decided that accuracy is more respectful than vagueness. I could say the same, he said. She almost smiled. Fair. The compartment door opened again. This time it was 2 people, the round-faced boy from the platform, Toad now apparently recovered, and a taller boy with red hair and a smudge of something on his nose who was in the middle of eating something from a paper bag and looked up mid-chew when he saw Harry. The recognition was immediate. Oh, you're Harry Potter. Ron Weasley, Harry said. We nearly met in Diagon Alley. Ron's face went through several things rapidly, surprise being displaced by something more complicated. You remembered. You called out, Harry said. Come in. There's room. They came in. The round-faced boy introduced himself as Neville Longbottom, said his toad was called Trevor, and sat down with the relieved quality of someone who has been in transit for some time and is grateful for a settled position. Ron sat opposite Harry and looked at him with the specific combination of familiarity and uncertainty that came from knowing someone's name before you knew them. You were in the alley with Sirius Black, Ron said. My godfather, Harry said. Yes. My dad says the trial was, Ron stopped, seemed to be recalibrating what he'd been about to say. He says it was the most important Wisengamot session in 20 years. He works at the Ministry. Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, Harry said. Ron blinked. How did you know that? Amelia Bones mentioned your family. She thinks well of your father. He looked at Ron steadily. She's not someone who says things she doesn't mean. Something shifted in Ron's face, the uncertain edge going slightly, replaced by something warmer. He'll be dead pleased to hear that, he said. Then, that's Hermione Granger, yeah. You're the one who found a wizarding library in Edinburgh. Hermione looked up sharply. How do you know that? My mum's on the Edinburgh Magical Community newsletter, Ron said. You checked out 17 books in one visit and they wrote about it. Hermione looked simultaneously pleased and mortified. That newsletter is supposed to be internal, Mum's on about 12 newsletters, Ron said cheerfully. I don't think internal means much when she's involved. The compartment settled into itself. Trevor made another escape attempt, was retrieved by Neville with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this many times, and introduced to the orange cat, whose name turned out to be Crookshanks and who regarded the toad with the alert, professional interest of a predator choosing not to act for political reasons. The trolley came. Harry bought a selection of everything, not because he needed it all but because he'd read about wizarding sweets and wanted empirical data. Chocolate frogs turned out to contain actual movement, which he should have expected but somehow hadn't quite, and he caught his first one bare-handed with a reflex that surprised him and prompted Ron to say, with genuine feeling, "That was brilliant," which Harry thought was perhaps the most straightforward compliment he'd received in recent memory. He got Dumbledore on the card. He looked at it for a moment, then passed it to Hermione, who filed it with the other cards she was apparently also collecting, methodically, and had clearly been doing since she boarded. "You all right?" Neville said, quietly, from beside him. Harry looked at him. Neville had said very little for the last hour. He wasn't a talker, Harry had determined, not from shyness exactly but from the same sort of watchful habit that came from spending time in environments where talking too much caused problems. He recognized the pattern because it was his own. "Yes," Harry said. "You?" "Nervous," Neville said, with the refreshing honesty of someone who had decided that pretending otherwise was too much work. "About the sorting. My gran says I'll be in Gryffindor because my dad was, but I don't know if I'm," he stopped. "You chased a toad across a crowded train platform," Harry said. "Twice, by my count. And you got back on the train every time instead of staying on the platform where the toad wasn't." He paused. "That's persistence. Which is most of bravery." Neville looked at him with an expression that suggested no one had framed it quite that way before. "Also," Harry added, "the sorting hat decides. Not your grandmother." Neville was quiet for a moment. Then, "Did you read about the hat?" "I read about everything," Harry said. "He's not exaggerating," Hermione confirmed, without looking up from her book. Ron laughed. It was an easy laugh, unforced, and the compartment felt easier for it, the specific relaxation of a group of people who have been feeling each other out and reached the point where they've decided they're fine. The countryside outside had shifted from London's outskirts to something greener, the particular rolling green of the north of England, and the train's rhythm had settled into the long steady pace of a significant journey. Harry looked out at it for a while, the journal on his lap, thinking about nothing in particular, which was a luxury he was still getting used to. Then the compartment door opened again. Draco Malfoy filled the doorway with the precision of someone who had timed the entrance. He had two large boys behind him, large in the specific way of people whose main purpose was to be large, flanking Draco with the unconscious choreography of people who have practiced this, and he looked around the compartment with the performance of someone taking inventory. His eyes settled on Harry and stayed there. "Potter," he said, pleasantly. "Interesting company." Harry set down the arithmancy journal. "Malfoy," he said, with equivalent pleasantness. "Is there something I can do for you? I thought we might continue our conversation from the alley." Draco came in without being invited, which was either confidence or bad manners or both. He looked at Ron with the specific look that communicated recognition and evaluation and a judgment already made. Weasley. He didn't look at Neville. He looked at Hermione with the look of someone encountering something unexpected and reconfiguring. Then back to Harry. "You're reading Lily Potter's journals?" "Yes. My father has correspondence with her," Draco said. "From before the war. Academic exchanges." Harry looked at him. Something about that statement was intended to establish something, connection, importance, a claim on knowing Harry's mother in any capacity. He considered whether to engage with the substance or the intention. What did they correspond about, he asked, engaging with the substance, which was more interesting. Draco paused, very briefly, not expecting the direct question. Potions theory. She had ideas about arithmancy, mainly, Harry said. She was a potions prodigy but her real work was arithmancy. The potions work was the application, not the foundation. He looked at Draco steadily. If your father has academic correspondence with her, I'd be genuinely interested in copies. Tell him, Harry Potter asked. Draco's composure had the specific quality of a structure encountering stress it hadn't been designed for. He was very good at the performance, the ease, the authority, the knowing smile, but it was a performance calibrated for a particular kind of audience, and Harry was not that audience. You're not what I expected, Draco said. No, Harry agreed. Most people find Malfoy impressive on the first meeting, Ron said, from the corner, with the tone of someone reporting an observable fact and finding it faintly ridiculous. Ron, Hermione said. I'm just saying. Draco's attention went to Ron with an edge in it. Your family can't afford to be unimpressed, Weasley. That's a different calculation. The air in the compartment shifted. Harry spoke before Ron could. Not loudly. Not aggressively. With the specific clarity of someone stating something obvious that others have been too polite or too intimidated to state. The Weasley family is a sacred 28 family, he said. The same as yours. The financial situation of a family in one generation doesn't change the weight of its history or the character of its members. Measuring people by their vault is simple thinking. Draco looked at him. You're better than simple thinking, Harry said. I can tell already. So don't do it. The large boys behind Draco made small uncomfortable movements. Draco himself went through something internal that Harry couldn't fully read, not embarrassment exactly, not anger exactly, something more like a person encountering a mirror and not being entirely certain they like what they see. He left without responding. The door slid shut. Ron let out a breath. Did you just tell Draco Malfoy to think better? I suggested he was capable of it, Harry said. Whether he does is his business. My brothers all say he's awful, Ron said. All of them. Fred, George, Percy, Bill, Charlie, unanimous, which is rare for those 5. He's been raised to be something specific, Harry said, picking up his journal again. That's not the same as being that thing permanently. He paused. Though he'll have to decide that himself. Hermione was looking at him. You're remarkably equitable about someone who was essentially being rude to your friends. I'm not equitable, Harry said. I just think the most useful response to Malfoy is the one that actually complicates his certainties rather than the one that makes him feel confirmed in them. He met her eyes. If I'd told him he was awful, he'd have walked away satisfied. This way he has to think. Hermione looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone encountering an argument they want to pick apart and finding the load-bearing points frustratingly sound. That's, she started. Annoyingly logical, Ron offered. I was going to say effective, Hermione said, with slight dignity. Neville said, quietly, I think he was actually bothered, though. At the end. Not just performing. Yes, Harry said. Good. The afternoon deepened. The country outside went from green and rolling to something wilder and more dramatic, the moors arriving like a change of key in a piece of music, and the light shifted to the amber of a northern late afternoon. The conversation in the compartment moved through everything and nothing, Neville's greenhouses and the specific botany of magical plants, Ron's brothers, and the mythology of Hogwarts communicated through siblings, Hermione's reading and the 17 books from Edinburgh and the 3 more she'd acquired at Flourish and Blotts, Harry's vault and the books he'd brought from his mother's collection. At one point Hermione said, Can I ask, the claws? Was it frightening? Invoking it? Harry thought about the shed, the heat, the petrol smell, the compass opening without being prompted. No, he said. It felt correct. Like a thing that had been waiting to be done. And you just did it, she said. Not disbelieving. Wondering, slightly, at the quality of it. The alternative was not doing it, Harry said. That seemed worse. Ron was looking at him with the expression of someone who is beginning to understand that they are in the presence of a specific kind of person and is still working out what to do with that. Do you ever worry? He asked. About what specifically? Harry said. Just, generally. You seem very, he searched for the word. Certain, Neville offered. I was going to say calm, Ron said. Harry looked out the window at the moors. I worry, he said. I worry about Sirius and whether Azkaban is something you come all the way back from. I worry about Voldemort. Ron flinched, Hermione didn't. Neville went still, because he's not gone, he's just not present yet, and that's a different thing and most people are pretending it isn't. I worry about whether I'll be able to do things that matter when it counts. He paused. What I don't do is worry about things I've already decided. Like invoking the claws, Hermione said. Like invoking the claws, Harry agreed. The train began to slow. Around them, the sound of students moving, changing into robes, the general organized chaos of 400 people preparing to arrive somewhere important. Harry changed into his school robes, good quality, Madame Malkin's best, because he was a Potter and he had a vault and wearing things that fell apart was not something he needed to do anymore, and packed his bag with care. As the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Hermione said, Harry. He looked at her. I want to say, and I don't usually say things I don't mean so you should take this as accurate, I think this is going to be genuinely good. She gestured vaguely at the compartment, the four of them. This. Harry looked at Ron, who had gone slightly red, and Neville, who was holding Trevor with both hands and looking carefully out the window, and then at Hermione, who was meeting his eyes with the direct, honest quality that he had identified, in the course of an 8-hour train journey, as the thing about her that was most real. Yes, he said. I think so too. The platform outside was dark and lantern-lit and a voice was calling, a huge voice, unmistakably huge, warm and carrying, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. And Harry opened the compartment door and the Scottish night air came in, cold and sharp and smelling of water and pine and the beginning of something. He stepped out. Rubeus Hagrid was exactly as large as Harry had expected from the accounts he'd read, and the lantern he carried threw warm light across an enormous, kind face that went through the same recalculation Harry was getting accustomed to, and then settled into something genuinely, uncomplicated warm. Harry Potter, Hagrid said, like the name itself was something good. Hagrid, Harry said. I know you brought me to Privet Drive. I know you were following Dumbledore's instructions. I'm not holding that against you. He looked up at the man, who was looking at him with an expression that contained a significant amount of complicated feeling. I'm glad to meet you properly. Hagrid made a sound that was definitely not crying and said, right then, and, come on, Fur's years, and the group moved toward the lake and the boats, and Harry walked among them looking out across the black water at the lights emerging from the darkness above. Hogwarts came out of the dark the way important things do, not all at once but incrementally, each new part of it arriving and proving the scale of what had come before to be an underestimate. Towers, then windows, then the whole impossible height of it, lit from within, reflected in the lake below so it existed in two places at once, and the castle above and the castle in the water were the same castle and it was enormous and old and alive in the specific way of places that have held a great deal of magic for a very long time. Harry sat in the boat with Hermione and Neville and felt the silver compass warm in his pocket. He didn't take it out. He didn't need to. He already knew which way he was going. Chapter 5, The Sorting and the Storm. The entrance hall was tall enough to be unsettling. Harry had thought, from the lake view, that he'd calibrated his expectations appropriately. He had not. The entrance hall of Hogwarts Castle was the kind of space that made you briefly doubt your own scale, the stone walls going up past the point where the torchlight reached clearly, the marble staircase wide enough to land a small aircraft on, the great doors ahead that led into the great hall and through which Harry could already hear the ambient sound of several hundred students who had arrived by carriage rather than boat and were in the process of eating. The first years clustered in the entrance hall with the instinctive grouping of people in an unfamiliar place. Harry stood with Hermione and Ron and Neville and watched everything with the specific attention he gave new environments, not nervously, cataloguing. Professor McGonagall arrived. She was tall, tartan-robed, with the posture of a woman who had maintained excellent posture for 60 years because she had decided it mattered and had never subsequently revised that position. She looked at the first years with the expression of someone who had done this many times and found it neither tedious nor sentimental but simply part of the work, and the work mattered, so here she was. Her eyes found Harry immediately. Harry met them without looking away, which seemed to produce a small, brief recalibration in her expression before it returned to its professional setting. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "Before you can take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses." The sorting is an important ceremony. Harry listened to the explanation with the attention he gave everything while simultaneously watching the ghosts that had appeared from the walls with the comfortable ease of people who found walls quite permeable, and mentally cross-referencing them against what he'd read. The Fat Friar, cheerful and round. The Bloody Baron, trailing silver stains that were presumably blood and moving with the weighted gravity of someone carrying something heavy that wasn't physical. Nearly headless Nick, neck at the particular angle that gave him his name, who caught Harry's eye and gave him a small, precise nod of recognition that suggested ghosts also read the prophet. The doors to the Great Hall opened. The ceiling was what hit him first. Not the candles, though the candles were everywhere, hundreds of them, floating without visible support, but the sky. The enchanted ceiling showed the night outside, the same Scottish night sky he'd seen from the boats, stars clear and cold, and the effect of it, of being inside but looking at outside, of the stone walls and the open sky existing in the same space, was genuinely, specifically beautiful in a way that bypassed his usual analytical processing and landed somewhere more direct. He didn't show it on his face. But he felt it. The 4 long house tables. The staff table at the front, the professors arranged along it with the various expressions of people watching a thing they've watched many times. Dumbledore in the center, who looked at Harry with a warmth that was real and complicated and contained its 7 layers simultaneously. Quirrell at the end, defense teacher, trembling slightly even sitting down, and Harry's eyes paused on him for a fraction of a second longer than on anyone else. He'd noticed something on the platform. When Quirrell had passed the cluster of first years, speaking to McGonagall, there had been a smell, not strong, not dramatic, but present, the particular smell of something trying to conceal itself under something else. Like a room where someone has burned something and opened the windows, thinking that was enough. He filed it. He'd come back to it. The sorting hat sat on its stool. When it opened its rip-like mouth to sing, Harry listened to the whole song with genuine interest, not because he needed to but because it was, in its odd way, a sophisticated piece of compression, 400 years of institutional philosophy packed into a piece of music by an enchanted object. He found that interesting on several levels. McGonagall read from the roll. Names alphabetical, students stepping forward, the hat settling on heads and calling houses with the theatrical authority of something that has been doing this for centuries and has no doubts about its methodology. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with the posture of someone who has prepared for this and is ready. The hat came down over her eyes. A pause. Shorter than average. Gryffindor. She came back with the expression of someone whose hypothesis has been confirmed. She sat down at the Gryffindor table and immediately began examining the empty plates with the attention of someone who has already identified the next interesting thing. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked to the stool with Trevor clutched in both hands, climbed up, sat down. The hat considered. Longer than Hermione's, not a hat's tall, but deliberate. Then, Gryffindor. Neville's expression was pure relief, the specific relief of a result that validates something you'd been quietly afraid wasn't true. He sat down next to Hermione, who said something to him immediately, and Neville laughed, which was the right start. More names. Harry used the time to watch the staff table. The teachers had the variety of a group assembled for purpose rather than compatibility, McGonagall upright and attentive, Flitwick tiny and bright-eyed at the end nearest to the Ravenclaw table, a large woman in green whom Harry mentally placed as Sprout based on the soil under her fingernails. Snape in black, dark-haired, with the expression of a man who has decided to be unimpressed by everything in the room including the room. His eyes went, briefly, to Harry's section of the entrance queue. Harry looked back. Snape's expression did something subtle and complicated and then returned to baseline. Malfoy, Draco. Draco walked to the stool with perfect composure and the hat barely touched his head before it called, Slytherin. Fast enough that Harry suspected the hat had already done its reading before the ceremony and had this one categorized. Draco went to the Slytherin table with the expression of a predetermined destination reached, which was probably accurate. Potter, Harry. The room changed. Not in any physical sense. The candles didn't flicker and the enchanted ceiling didn't shift and no one did anything dramatic. But the ambient sound of several hundred students eating and murmuring dropped to something much quieter in approximately 2 seconds, and every face at every table oriented toward the stool, and the specific quality of that collective attention was something Harry had never experienced before because he had never been in a room where everyone knew who he was. He walked to the stool. He sat down. The hat dropped over his eyes and the world went away. Darkness. Then a voice, old and dry and interested and with the quality of something that lived in a very small space and had spent centuries developing opinions. Well, said the hat. Now this is interesting. Harry said nothing. He'd decided, on the train, that arguing with the hat was probably pointless and engaging with it honestly was probably more useful. You've already decided not to argue with me, the hat said, with what sounded like approval. Most of them come in with a preference and push. You're waiting. Observing. I have a preference, Harry thought. But I'm open to your reasoning. Gryffindor, the hat said, and Harry could feel it moving through his mind the way you feel a hand moving through water, looking at the shapes beneath the surface. Yes. The courage is there, not performed, structural. Bone deep. You're not brave because you've decided to be. You're brave because fear doesn't actually move you that much. A pause. Interesting. That's rarer than you'd think. Ravenclaw would suit the mind, it continued. You're one of the most naturally analytical first years I've encountered in several decades. Your mother was similar, though she came to me from a different angle entirely. She was curious first, analytical second. You're analytical first and you use it to protect the curiosity. Is that bad? Harry thought. Not at all. Just a distinction. Another pause, and Harry had the sensation of something going very deep, past the surface thoughts, into something older and quieter. And here is the thing, Harry Potter, there is something here that I do not encounter often. A will. Not stubbornness, though that's present too. A will. The kind that bends without breaking and knows the difference between the two. Slytherin would kill for that, the hat observed, conversationally. They'd offer you everything. I know, Harry thought. And you'd say no. Yes. Because? Harry thought about it honestly. Because I've already seen what happens when ambition is the only compass. I have actual compasses. They work better. The hat made a sound that was distinctly close to a laugh. James Potter's son, it said, with the warmth of recognition. With Lily Evans's clarity. What a remarkable combination. So, Harry thought. Where? Where do you think? Gryffindor, Harry thought. But I'll go where you think is right. Those are the same answer, the hat said. And then, louder, in the voice that carried to the rafters, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off, set it back on the stool with the same care you'd show any object that had just done something important, and walked to the Gryffindor table. The noise was considerable. He sat down between Hermione and a gap that resolved itself into Neville arriving from the other direction, and across from him Percy Weasley, whom he identified by the head boy badge and the quality of his sitting posture, looked at him with the specific expression of an older student managing the competing pressures of dignity and genuine excitement. Ron arrived shortly after, Gryffindor. And sat down with the explosive energy of someone who has been waiting for this for years and found it exactly right. The feast appeared. Harry looked at it, the actual quantity of food, every dish, the reality of it, and thought about burned eggs and the particular sound that a plate makes when it's put down in front of someone to communicate an obligation rather than a gift. He filled his plate with methodical attention and ate everything on it, and some of it was remarkable and none of it required apology. He was mostly quiet at the feast, watching and listening. The older Gryffindors introduced themselves, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, who arrived at him sideways with the particular energy of people who have decided the normal angle of approach is for people with less imagination, and who looked at Harry with the bright, interested expression of boys who have assessed someone and found them surprising. "So you're the one who sorted the Dursley business," Fred said. "Or George?" Harry couldn't yet tell. "Yes," Harry said. "Brilliant," said the other one. "We've been locked in sheds ourselves, not the same, I know, but the general principle of someone powerful enough to sort it is satisfying." "George," Hermione said, which resolved that. "How did you know?" George asked her. "George gestures with his left hand when he's making a point," Hermione said, "and Fred uses his right." Both twins stared at her. Then at each other. Then back at her. "We are going to be friends," Fred said, with great certainty. "We'll see," Hermione said, but she looked pleased. Harry's attention drifted, during the feast, to the staff table. Specifically to Quirrell. The man ate almost nothing, which could be nerves or could be something else. He spoke to no one, which in a long table of people conducting conversations was notable. His turban, large, purple, slightly wrong in the way something slightly wrong is hard to identify specifically, sat on his head with a quality Harry couldn't quite name. And then, once, briefly, Quirrell's eyes moved along the table and stopped on Snape, and Snape's eyes moved to Quirrell with an expression Harry was too far away to read with certainty, but which contained something focused and sharp. Snape looked away first. Harry filed everything. Dumbledore stood for the post-feast announcements, Forbidden Forest, third-floor corridor, Filch's list of banned items which the twins both mouthed along with from memory, and then said something that Harry had been waiting for. "I also want to welcome back a familiar face to our Hogwarts community," Dumbledore said, and he looked at Harry directly, briefly, in spirit if not in person. "The Potter family's connection to this school is long and distinguished. We are glad to continue it." It was, Harry thought, the minimum possible acknowledgement, carefully pitched to be warm without being overwhelming, which suggested Dumbledore had thought about it specifically. He gave the old man a small nod from across the hall, which Dumbledore received with a slight, real smile. The prefect led the first years to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady was, Harry thought, the most specifically Hogwarts thing he'd encountered so far, a portrait who held the gate and had opinions about the hour and the current aesthetic of the people requesting entry. She looked at Harry when he arrived in the group with the expression of someone who has been informed of something and is now verifying it against reality. "Caput Draconis," Percy Weasley said. "All right," she said, not taking her eyes off Harry. "In you go, dear." Gryffindor Common Room was warm and red and occupied by the comfortable, dispersed chaos of students who'd been here longer than one day and had established territories. Armchairs near the fire already claimed, notice board already accumulating papers, older students already distributed in their habitual arrangements. Harry stood in the entrance for a moment and looked at it. Hermione appeared beside him. "It's a bit much," she said, looking at the decor. "The red, you mean? The sheer quantity of it." She looked at him. "Are you all right?" "I keep being asked that," Harry said. "People keep asking it because the situation warrants it," she said, without apology. "Are you?" He considered. The dormitories were up the stairs. His trunk would be there. The compass would be in his bag where he'd packed it carefully this morning, how long ago the morning felt, and tomorrow he would have his first real lessons and his first real access to what he could actually do with magic when it was trained rather than accidental. "Yes," he said, and meant it with more precision than usual. "Yes. I actually am." She nodded, satisfied. "Good. I'm going to make a study schedule tonight." I'll make you one too. I already have one, Harry said. She looked at him. Can I see it? He pulled it from his bag. She read it, made 2 modifications with a pencil that appeared from nowhere, handed it back. He looked at the modifications. They were improvements. Thanks, he said. She went upstairs. Harry sat by the fire for a while after most of the others had gone up, not because he couldn't sleep but because the fire was real and warm and the room was real and the castle around him was enormously, specifically real, and he wanted a moment with all of it without having to be anything for anyone. He took the blank parchment from his bag. His father's note had said the map knows the school better than the school knows itself. He held the parchment and thought, practically, about what you would say to something that knew a school. He remembered his mother's letter. Hold it and think clearly about what you want, not what you're afraid of. He thought, I want to know what you are. Nothing happened. He thought, I want to know who made you. Nothing. He sat with it for a while. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the castle something shifted, Hogwarts making its night noises, which were real and numerous, a living building settling into sleep. Then Harry thought, with the specific clarity of someone who has spent 10 years learning to be precise about what he actually wants rather than what seems safe to want, I want to know the school. All of it. The real version, not the official one. The parchment warmed in his hands. Ink appeared, slow and deliberate, spreading out from the center like water finding a level. Not writing, a map. Corridors and rooms and staircases, labeled in handwriting that shifted between 4 different styles and occasionally argued with itself in the margins. Passageways that weren't on any official floor plan. Rooms without doors. A section near the 3rd floor corridor marked with a small drawing of a 3-headed dog that had clearly been added by someone who found this either amusing or important. And in one corner, for names, Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs are proud to present, the Marauder's Map. Harry looked at Padfoot for a long moment. He thought about Sirius, in a cell, laughing because he couldn't do anything else. He thought about his father and his father's friends, young and alive and clever enough to map an entire castle from the inside out. He folded the map very carefully and put it back in his bag. 3 days into term, Harry's assessment of Quirrell had moved from something wrong to something significantly wrong. It wasn't any single thing. It was the accumulation. The way the smell he'd noticed at King's Cross was stronger, sometimes, depending on proximity and weather, like whatever was concealed under the concealment was occasionally less well concealed. The way Quirrell flinched at specific words in his own lessons, not nervously but specifically, like certain phrases produced a physical response. The way he sometimes paused mid-sentence and resumed a fraction of a second later with an almost imperceptible shift in register, like a radio signal briefly interrupted by interference. And the stutter, which Harry had noticed very early, stuttered inconsistently. A real stutter is a speech pattern. It has its own logic, its own specific sounds that catch, its own rhythm. Quirrell's stutter caught on different sounds in different lessons. It was more pronounced when he was performing nervousness and less pronounced when he forgot to perform it. Harry had timed it, noting the discrepancy in the small notebook he kept in his breast pocket. He didn't say any of this to anyone yet. He was still building the picture. Charms was Flitwick, small and bright and very good. Harry understood in the first lesson that Flitwick was genuinely skilled, not just competent, and filed this as significant because genuinely skilled people were worth paying attention to and occasionally worth impressing. Transfiguration was McGonagall, which he'd been looking forward to most, and the lesson delivered. She opened by turning her desk into a pig and back again, and Harry watched the spell with the focused attention of someone who wasn't just noting the result but trying to understand the mechanism. The way the magic had to think about pig and desk simultaneously and transition between them without either reality destabilizing the other. The matchstick exercise. He looked at his, thought about the needle, the geometry of it, the function of it, what it was for as distinct from what it was made of, and on his second attempt produced a needle that was entirely metallic and functional except for one small wooden splinter at the tip, which he fixed on the third attempt while Hermione, 2 stools down, was finishing her first successful attempt and Neville was making significant, earnest progress on his. McGonagall came to Harry's station last. She looked at the needle. She held it up. She made a sound that was not quite an hum but had the quality of one. "Full marks," she said. "And 20 points to Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, stay after, please." Ron muttered, 20 points on the first lesson, with the expression of someone recalibrating a ceiling. After the class cleared, McGonagall stood across the work table from Harry with the expression of someone who has a question they've been considering how to ask. "Your reading," she said. "Before you arrived. It was extensive." "Yes," Harry said. "Where did you find access to a Potter family vault's arithmancy journals?" "Gringotts, in the ancestral vault. My mother left them there with a note flagging the relevant ones for me." He paused. She apparently anticipated I'd need catching up. McGonagall looked at him with the expression she'd had in the entrance hall, the one that was recalibrating its model. "Your mother," she said, "was the most gifted student in Transfiguration I taught in 30 years. She understood the underlying theory better than students twice her age." A pause. "She would have been very proud of what you did last week." The claws. "Serious." Her voice stayed level throughout. "Did you know?" Harry asked. "About the prison." A pause. "Not in time to act on it. By the time I had serious doubts it was already years in. I didn't push hard enough." She held his eyes. "I'm not proud of that." "Amelia pushed hard enough," Harry said. "When it was in front of her." "Yes. She did." Something moved in McGonagall's expression. "Is there anything you need?" "From me, specifically?" Harry thought about it. "If I have questions about magic, theoretical questions, not curriculum standard, can I bring them to you?" She looked at him steadily. "My door is open on Wednesday evenings," she said. "Bring the questions." Potions was Snape, and Potions was the one class Harry had prepared most specifically for, because something in the pattern of what he'd read about the man suggested that the preparation would matter. The dungeons were cold, as advertised. The classroom was interesting. The preserved specimens in jars had a scientific quality to them that Harry found less unsettling than atmospheric, the laboratory of someone who took their subject seriously. He sat at a workstation with Ron and looked at Snape and waited. Snape's introduction to the class had a quality Harry recognized. It was a performance, but a skilled one, and the content underneath the performance was genuine. The bewitching power of liquids, the stopper of death. This was a man who actually cared about his subject and expressed it through intensity rather than enthusiasm, which was a different but not lesser form of caring. Then Snape's eyes moved to Harry's workstation. "Potter," he said. "Our new celebrity." His voice had a particular quality, not cruel exactly, but sharpened, the voice of someone deploying an edge with precision. "Tell me. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looked at him. He knew the answer. He'd read the chapter 3 times and the theoretical basis twice. He also knew, from 30 seconds of observation, that Snape was testing something beyond the knowledge itself. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A powerful sleeping potion." The asphodel in wormwood is also significant in older potion-making tradition. Your phrasing is from Bezoar's Fundamental Principles, which uses the asphodel-wormwood combination as its opening example of how two relatively mild ingredients combine into something categorically different from either. He paused. "You're testing whether I read the textbook or whether I read around it." A silence. Snape's expression, which had been set to a particular configuration, shifted by a fraction. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a Bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat," Harry said. "It's a universal antidote. Though the quality varies significantly with the goat's diet and age, Zygmunt Budge's work on Bezoar variation is the most thorough modern reference." Another silence. Longer. "What is the difference," Snape said, very carefully, "between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "None," Harry said. They're the same plant. Also called aconite. You're testing whether I know that a question with an apparent answer can be a test of whether I'll give the wrong answer confidently or identify the trick. Snape looked at him for a long moment. The class was completely silent. 10 points to Gryffindor, Snape said finally, in the tone of a man making a concession he finds interesting rather than welcome. For demonstrating that reading is most useful when it extends beyond what is assigned. He moved on to the next topic without further comment. Ron stared at Harry. How did you know about the Budge book? It's referenced in the footnotes of 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Harry said. The footnotes are often better than the text. Nobody reads the footnotes. I read the footnotes, Hermione said, from the next station. Ron looked between them. You're both going to be like this all year, aren't you? Yes, they said simultaneously. Neville, across the aisle, was already making careful preparatory notes and appeared to have missed the whole exchange. Harry looked at his workstation with the methodical attention of someone who is going to be good at this and knows it and is focused on the actually interesting part rather than the performance of being good at it. On the fourth day, the owl arrived at breakfast. Harry knew it was Sirius's immediately, a large, battered-looking eagle owl that Sirius had clearly borrowed from someone because the Ministry had returned the family owls to Grimmauld Place but they were apparently adjusting. The letter was on black family stationery and the handwriting had the slightly uneven quality of someone whose fine motor control was returning. Harry, Grimmauld Place is a disaster. I mean that literally, something in the drawing room is trying to eat the furniture and I think it's winning. Creature is not helpful. Buckbeak is in the garden and has destroyed 2 hedges and I'm not entirely sure I'm opposed. I'm eating properly before you ask. The healers visit Tuesday and Thursday and make very sure I know about it. More important, Dumbledore came to see me yesterday. We had what I'd call a difficult conversation, which is a significant improvement over the conversations we weren't having when I was in Azkaban. He's Dumbledore, which means he's simultaneously the most frustrating and most complicated person I've ever argued with, and I've argued with James, who is saying something. He told me about Quirinus Quirrell. Watch him. That's all I'll say in a letter. Watch him. Write when you can. Padfoot. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it and put it in his breast pocket next to the notebook. He looked down the table at Hermione, who was eating toast and reading simultaneously, and at Ron, who was attempting to eat an implausible amount of porridge, and at Neville, who had received his own letter which appeared to contain a copy of the Daily Prophet from his grandmother with several articles circled and annotated. He thought about what Sirius had written. Dumbledore told him about Quirrell. Which meant Dumbledore was watching Quirrell too. Which meant the situation with Quirrell was not just Harry's instinct, it was known to at least Dumbledore, possibly more. He thought about the map, still in his bag upstairs, and the section near the third-floor corridor with the small drawing of the 3-headed dog. He thought about what might need guarding in a school that had an extremely large 3-headed dog available. Hermione, he said. She looked up from her toast. Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is? She put her toast down. Something in her expression engaged, the particular quality of a question that hooks into existing research and pulls a thread. He's a wizarding alchemist, she said. Historically significant. 14th century, or possibly earlier depending on which account you accept. He's supposed to have created the Philosopher's Stone. She paused. Supposed to. What if he actually did? Harry said. Hermione looked at him steadily. Then the stone would produce the elixir of life, she said, and he would be alive. And if he were alive and had the stone and wanted to keep it safe, Harry said, where would you put it? Hermione's eyes went very still. The most heavily protected place available, she said. With extremely large guards, Harry said. In a school, Hermione said slowly, that is run by Albus Dumbledore. Where there is currently a defense against the dark arts teacher, Harry said, who is not only one person. The quiet between them was the quiet of two people who have followed the same reasoning to the same place and are verifying they've arrived at the same point. "You think Voldemort is here," Hermione said. "Not a question." "I think something connected to Voldemort is here," Harry said. "In Quirrell. I don't know the mechanism yet." She stopped. "That's not nothing, Harry. That's significant." "Yes." He looked at his breakfast. "I'm going to need to find out more before I take it anywhere. I don't want to go to Dumbledore with a theory. I want to go to him with something he can act on." Hermione said. He looked at her. She said again, firmly, "are going to need to find out more." Harry looked at her for a moment with the expression of someone who is not accustomed to the easy, automatic solidarity of that word and is finding it more significant than he'd anticipated. He agreed. Ron had put down his spoon. "Are either of you going to explain what you're talking about?" "Later," Harry said. "Somewhere private." "The third-floor corridor," Ron said, with the tone of someone joining up a dot. "Not there," Harry said. "Somewhere else." He thought about the map. About the room marked as a disused classroom on the second floor, in the section near the Charms corridor, that had no attached professor and which the map had shown as consistently empty. "I know a place." He reached for his pumpkin juice and looked up at the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, which showed the Scottish morning, overcast today. More actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 6, The Invisible Architecture. The disused classroom on the second floor smelled of chalk dust and old wood, and the windows were grimy enough that the October afternoon light came through them tinted and indirect. Someone had left a broken desk in the corner and 3 mismatched chairs that Harry had found and arranged around a central space with the practical efficiency of someone setting up a working space rather than a hideout. He'd brought the Marauder's map. It was spread on the floor between the 4 of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, lit by the soft light of Hermione's lumos, and all of them were looking at it with varying expressions of astonishment. "This shows where everyone is," Ron said, for the second time. "Yes," Harry said. "In real time?" "Yes." "Your dad made this?" "My dad and 3 other people," Harry said. He pointed to the 4 names in the corner. "Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs. Padfoot is my godfather. Prongs is my father," it was his animagus name. He paused. "I don't know who Moony is. I think Wormtail might be Peter Pettigrew, which is a problem for a different day." Hermione had been examining the map with the focused intensity of someone encountering an object whose engineering she wants to take apart and understand. "The enchantment on this is extraordinary," she said. "It's updating continuously. Look, the dot labeled Albus Dumbledore is moving in his office, and the one labeled Quirinus Quirrell is in the defense classroom." She looked up. "Your father built this as a student?" "Apparently," Harry said. "He was exceptional," she said, with the flat certainty of someone reporting data. "Yes," Harry said. "He was." He folded the map before she could go further down that particular path, not because he objected to the direction but because they had a specific purpose today. "What do we know about Nicholas Flamel?" Hermione opened the notebook she'd brought, which was already substantially filled. She'd been doing this for a week, since the breakfast conversation, with the methodical energy of someone who treats research as the natural response to a problem. "Flamel was born around 1330 in France," she said. "He's a real historical figure. There are records of him as a scribe and manuscript seller in Paris. Somewhere around 1382 he apparently acquired an alchemical text and spent years decoding it. The historical record gets vague after that." She looked up. "In the wizarding community, the accepted account is that he produced the Philosopher's Stone circa 1382 and has been alive since, using the elixir of life." "Where is he now?" Ron asked. "Devon," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. "He has a property registered with the ministry. It's not secret, it's just not widely discussed because he's been alive for 600 years and people have gotten used to it." He met Hermione's expression. Clearwater mentioned it when she was reviewing the Potter estate documents. Flamel and my grandfather Fleamont apparently had a professional relationship. What kind? Hermione said, immediately. Potions theory. My grandfather's haircare work touched on some of the same fundamental chemistry. He paused. That's interesting, but it's background. What matters is this: Flamel has the stone and presumably the elixir, but if Voldemort is in some form and looking for a way back to a body, the stone is the target. He looked around the group. A dead Voldemort doesn't need the stone. A Voldemort who's managed some kind of partial survival, something that persists without a body, needs it desperately. Because the elixir would, Neville started, carefully. Restore him, Hermione finished. Or rather, give whatever he currently is enough life to reconstitute something physical. The room was quiet for a moment. He's in Quirrell, Harry said. I'm increasingly certain. The smell, there's something underneath whatever he is that smells like something dead that's decided not to be. Like decay that's been arrested rather than resolved. He looked at Hermione. That's not a technical description. But it's accurate. There's a theory, Hermione said slowly, in very advanced dark arts literature, which I only found because it's referenced in a defense context in Bathilda Bagshot's historical survey, that a sufficiently powerful dark wizard can, at the point of death, perform a kind of anchoring. Fracturing their own soul and tethering the fragment to something or someone. She paused. It would explain how he survived the killing curse. Not survival exactly, more like the curse destroyed most of him and what was left was too small and too tethered to die. Horcruxes, Harry said. Hermione looked at him sharply. You've read about them? My father's vault had a book on advanced dark arts theory, the kind you can't find at Flourish and Blotts. I read most of it the first week. He looked at her. The soul-fracturing mechanism. Yes. If he's made one, that would explain Quirrell, the fragment needed a host. Ron was looking between them with the expression of someone who has followed a conversation into territory significantly more alarming than they'd anticipated and is being a good sport about it. So there's a piece of Voldemort in our defense teacher, he said. Who is trying to get to a stone that would bring him back properly. In our school. Yes, Harry said. And Dumbledore knows? Neville asked. Dumbledore knows about Quirrell, Harry said. Sirius's letter made that clear. I think Dumbledore is using the school as a trap, not for the students, but for whatever Voldemort is trying to do. The protections around the stone are a gauntlet. Anyone trying to get it has to go through them. Which protections? Hermione said. I don't know all of them. The map shows the third-floor corridor is warded heavily, there are magical signatures on it that the map indicates rather than names. I know there's a three-headed dog. I suspect there are more. The teachers, Hermione said. Each one has probably contributed something. It would make sense to use people whose expertise you trust. She was already writing notes. Sprout probably has something botanical. Flitwick, enchantments. McGonagall would be, transfiguration-based, Harry said. A puzzle or a transformation problem. Snape, Ron said. Snape is on Dumbledore's side, Harry said. Not defending Snape specifically, stating it as a practical assessment. Whatever his history, he's not helping Quirrell. The interaction I saw at the feast table went the other way, Snape was watching Quirrell the same way I was. With more information, probably. So there are multiple layers of protection and Quirrell Voldemort needs to get through all of them, Hermione said. And Dumbledore is watching it happen. But he doesn't know Quirrell will try in a specific time frame, Harry said. There's a difference between knowing someone is planning something and knowing when. I think Quirrell has been gathering information all term, he's been careful and slow because the thing sharing his head is experienced and patient. He paused. But the Quidditch season is starting and the school's attention is on the matches and it's getting colder and the nights are longer. If I were planning this, I'd move in the next few months. All three of them were looking at him. You've been thinking about this a lot, Neville said. I've been thinking about it since the train, Harry said. The smell was there at the station. I noticed it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. What do we do? We watch. We document. We learn everything we can about the protections so that if something goes wrong we're not going in blind. He met each of their eyes, going around the circle. And we tell Dumbledore what we know, framed as questions rather than accusations, because I want to understand how much he already knows before I give him more. You're going to talk to Dumbledore, Ron said. I'm going to have a conversation with him, Harry said. There's a difference. Neville had been quiet through most of this with the focused, listening quality Harry had come to recognize in him. Neville thought in his own time and said things that mattered when he said them. Harry, he said, what happens to us if Voldemort gets the stone? Like, what does that mean? Specifically. The question was honest and deserved an honest answer. He gets a body, Harry said. And then everything that happened the first time starts again, but he's learned from it. He lost because of my mother's protection, he won't make the same mistake. He'll come for the people who opposed him last time and the people he sees as threats this time. He paused. Which includes us, eventually. Right, Neville said. He was quiet for another moment. Then we'd better be thorough. Harry looked at him. Yes, he said. We had better. The next 2 weeks had a double rhythm, the ordinary surface of school and the other thing running underneath it, the watching and mapping and building the picture. Harry had always been good at existing on 2 levels simultaneously. It turned out the others were learning it quickly too. Herbology was Neville's element. The boy who had seemed overwhelmed everywhere else moved in Greenhouse 1 with the easy familiarity of someone who had grown up with soil under his fingernails, and when Professor Sprout demonstrated the properties of the Devil's Snare, Harry watched Neville's quiet absorption of information and thought, useful. He'll remember every plant property in this building without trying. He filed it without comment, and when he needed to recall something about mandrake properties 3 days later he asked Neville rather than the textbook and got better information faster. He told Neville this. You're the plant specialist. Neville looked at him with the expression of someone being told something they'd hoped was true but hadn't quite believed. I'm not that good, he said. You're better than any book I've read, Harry said. That's the relevant metric. In the evenings after dinner, when the common room had its particular inhabited warmth, the 4 of them worked in the corner nearest the window, far enough from the fire for quiet, close enough for comfort. Hermione organized the research with the systematic energy of someone who had been waiting for a project worthy of the system. Ron contributed strategic thinking that surprised Harry every time, because Ron's approach to problems was lateral in a way that cut through thickets that careful linear analysis got stuck in. It's like chess, Ron said once, when Harry observed this, and then explained chess strategy to him for 20 minutes, and Harry listened to every word because it was genuinely interesting and also because the metaphors were transferable. Hermione noticed Harry studying Quirrell's class notes in comparison to what had been reported in the academic literature and asked what he was doing. The stutter, Harry said. I've been timing it. It's not consistent. A genuine speech impediment has its own pattern, it occurs at particular phonemes, under particular stress conditions, with a regular frequency. His doesn't. It's more frequent on days when he's been near the 3rd floor corridor, I can tell because his shoes carry different dust, and less frequent when he's doing something that genuinely interests him, which is only a handful of topics. Hermione took the notes and read them. What topics? Ancient dark artifacts, Harry said. And the properties of the Philosopher's Stone specifically, which he mentioned in the context of protective enchantments in our 3rd lesson as an aside that he immediately walked back. He also mentioned Nicholas Flamel by name and then pretended he hadn't. She looked up. He mentioned Flamel in class. In passing. He was covering the history of notable alchemical accidents and included Flamel's early work. He stopped mid-sentence, said but that's beyond our current scope, and moved on. Harry paused. He moved on too quickly. Someone who wasn't looking for the thread wouldn't notice. But he's been interested in the stone for years, probably, the thing living in him has been interested in it for years, and habit is hard to suppress completely. You're very good at watching people, Hermione said, with a directness that was neither a compliment nor a criticism, just an accurate observation. 10 years of practice, Harry said. In an environment where misreading someone had consequences. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm sorry. About the Dursleys. It's done, Harry said. He wasn't dismissive about it. It was more that the box was real and the lid was closed, and what mattered now was what was in front of him. Tell me about the protective enchantments research. What have you found? She found a great deal. Hermione had, with the systematic energy that Harry was increasingly convinced was one of the most useful forces he'd ever encountered, cross-referenced every known approach to magical object protection against what they knew or suspected about the professors involved. She'd found 3 academic papers on the specific charms used for secure containment, a section in a transfiguration theory text about object concealment, and a reference in a herbology companion to the specific paralyzing properties of certain entangling plants. Devil's Snare, Harry said, when she showed him the last one. Sprout's contribution. Almost certainly. The key property is that it tightens when you struggle and releases when you relax. Someone panicking would be finished. Someone calm and knowledgeable would be able to work through it. That's the logic of all the protections, Harry said. Designed for the panic response. Someone just trying to get through quickly and desperately would fail at every stage. Someone methodical could get through, Hermione said, and she was looking at him with a particular expression. Don't, Harry said. I'm not saying anything. You're thinking about whether we could get through them. I'm thinking it might be important to know, she said, which was a different thing, and she was right and he knew it. We'll figure out each stage, he said. In theory. So that if something goes wrong we have a plan. In theory, she agreed, but there was something in her voice that said in theory was doing a lot of work. The owl from Sirius came on a Thursday morning, during breakfast, and this time it was longer. Harry, I've been talking to Dumbledore. More talking than I've done with anyone in a long time. It turns out 11 years alone gives you a backlog. He's told me things about that night that I didn't know and some I suspected, and I'm working through it. What I can tell you is this: Dumbledore believes the stone is safe as long as the protections hold. He does not think Quirrell is close to making a move. I think Dumbledore is underestimating Quirrell because he's actually underestimating what's in Quirrell. He also doesn't know that you've figured it out. When I told him what I thought you'd worked out, he was quiet for a long time, which with Dumbledore means he's recalculating something significant. I suggested he talk to you properly. He said he would. You should let him. The tremor is better this week. Healer says it might be fully resolved by Christmas if I keep eating. I have been. Creature made something yesterday that I think was supposed to be soup, and I ate it anyway because I'm not going to let a bad-tempered house elf be the thing that defeats me after Azkaban. Come home for Christmas if you want. It'll be Grimmauld Place, which I won't pretend is cheerful, but it'll be ours. Padfoot. Harry read "Come home for Christmas" 3 times. He put the letter in his breast pocket with the notebook and both compasses and his father's note about the map, and sat for a moment with the specific, slightly overwhelming quality of having somewhere to go. Ron said, mouth full of toast, "Good news?" Yes, Harry said. Very. He went to see Dumbledore that evening. Not because Sirius had suggested it. Because the information he'd assembled in the last 2 weeks was now sufficient to be useful, and useful information delivered at the right moment was the only kind worth delivering. The gargoyle was where the map said it was. The password, which he'd gotten from Percy Weasley by the simple method of asking him during a prefect schedule conversation and framing it as an administrative question, was something sweet. He said sherbet lemon, and the gargoyle stepped aside and he went up the moving staircase to a door he knocked on once. Come in, Harry, Dumbledore said. The office was the most compressed version of Dumbledore yet, every surface occupied by something interesting, the portraits of former headmasters in various states of attentiveness, the silver instruments making their small whirring observations, Fawkes on his perch looking at Harry with the particular amber intensity of a creature that was much older than it appeared. The phoenix regarded him for a long moment and then made a small sound, not the full song but something quieter, an acknowledgement. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk with the expression of someone who has been expecting this visit and has spent some time deciding how to receive it. "Sit down," he said. "Would you like something to drink?" "I have tea, or, I'm fine," Harry said. He sat. He looked around the office for exactly 5 seconds, because it was genuinely interesting and denying that would be false economy, and then he looked at Dumbledore. "Quirrell." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "You know what's in him?" "I have a strong theory," Dumbledore said carefully. "So do I," Harry said. "And I think your theory and mine are the same theory." He paused. "Soul fragmentation. A piece of Voldemort tethered to Quirrell's body. He went to Albania, there are records, I checked through Clearwater, 2 years ago and came back different. Everyone noticed the change. No one named the cause." Dumbledore was very still. "The stone is what he's after," Harry continued. "He's been learning the protections all term. The lessons aren't about teaching defense, they're about reconnaissance. He's mapping the chambers." "Harry," Dumbledore said. "How long have you been building this picture?" "Since the train," Harry said. "I noticed the smell at King's Cross. I documented the stutter inconsistency the first week. The flannel reference in class was the confirmation I needed." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. In the portraits behind him, several former headmasters had gone very still in a way that suggested they were listening intently and not pretending to sleep. "You are," he said slowly, "not what I prepared for." "No," Harry said. "I know." He held Dumbledore's eyes. "I'm not telling you this because I expect you to tell me everything or loop me in as an equal party. I'm telling you this because the information is useful to you and because you should know that I know. Secrets kept from someone who already has the information are not protection, they're just noise." "James used to say something very similar," Dumbledore said, "and it never stopped being correct no matter how inconvenient I found it." He looked at Harry with the 7-layered warmth and something else now, something that was learning to be honest rather than just warm. "What do you want from this conversation?" "I want to understand the timeline," Harry said. "When do you think Quirrell moves?" "I believe," Dumbledore said carefully, "that he will attempt to reach the stone before the end of the academic year. Possibly before Christmas, possibly after. The specific trigger will be," he paused. "When he thinks you're not here," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "Yes. So he'll engineer a reason to get you away from the school." "That is my expectation. And the protections are designed to stop anyone who isn't careful enough and knowledgeable enough to get through them," Harry said. "But Quirrell has been studying them all term. He's careful and he's patient and there's something in him that has been planning this for a decade. He'll get through them." A silence. "What do you need from me?" Dumbledore said. Harry hadn't expected that phrasing. He paused. "Tell me what the last protection is," he said. "The one at the end of the gauntlet." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then, "A mirror," he said. "The mirror of Erist. It shows the viewer their deepest desire. I have enchanted it so that only someone who wishes to find the stone, rather than use it, will be able to retrieve it. Someone who wants to use it will see themselves using it but not be able to take it from the glass." Harry thought about this. So someone whose only goal is to find the stone without using it, can retrieve it. "Me," Harry said. "That is, a possibility I have considered," Dumbledore said carefully. "Among others. You built an 11-year-old into your failsafe," Harry said. Not accusingly. "Working it out. I built the possibility that someone without ambition for the stone could retrieve it," Dumbledore said. "That can be many people. But I will be honest with you, Harry, yes. In the event that everything else failed, I believed you might be the person who could do what was necessary without being seduced by what the stone offers. Harry sat with that. That's a significant thing to build around a child. Yes, Dumbledore said. It is. And I ask you to believe that it is not the primary plan. It is the last possible option if everything else fails. But it might fail, Harry said. It might. Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about the map, the chambers, the protections he and Hermione had theorized through. He thought about Devil's Snare and the methodical calm required to survive it. He thought about his mother's silver compass and the warmth of it pointing toward what was right. If it comes to it, he said, and you're gone and Quirrell is moving and the protections are being bypassed, you want me to go in. I want you to be safe, Dumbledore said, with genuine feeling. That's not an answer to my question, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon glasses. I want you to have the choice, he said. That is the most honest answer I can give you. You have always had the choice. I am sorry it took me too long to understand what that actually meant. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he stood up. Thank you, he said. For being straight with me. Thank you, Dumbledore said, for coming to me with information rather than using it alone. I wasn't going to use it alone, Harry said. I have people. He went back to the tower. Hermione was waiting by the fire, her notebook open, Crookshanks occupying her lap with the proprietorial ease of a cat who has decided a situation is settled. Ron was playing chess with himself, which he was apparently capable of doing and finding satisfying. Neville was reading a herbology supplemental text with the same absorbed quality he brought to anything involving plants. Harry sat down. He told them everything Dumbledore had said. All of it, no edits, no summaries, the full conversation in as much detail as he could reproduce. They listened to every word. When he finished there was a brief silence. The mirror, Hermione said. The mirror of Erist. I've read about it. She paused. It shows your deepest desire. Yes, Harry said. What would you see? Ron asked. He seemed to understand immediately that this might be a real question and not a rhetorical one, because he wasn't asking it flippantly. Harry thought about it honestly, the way he tried to think about everything. He thought about the photograph and his mother's wave and his father's laugh preserved in a compass and his godfather's hand on his shoulder at King's Cross and the room in Grimmauld Place waiting for Christmas and the four of them in this corner of the tower with books and notebooks and chess pieces and a toad in a pocket. I don't know exactly, he said. But I don't think it's the stone. That's the point, Hermione said softly. Yes, Harry said. That's the point. The fire crackled. Outside the tower windows the November night was solid and cold, stars washed out by cloud, the Scottish dark settled heavily over the grounds. We need to know the specific sequence of the chambers, Harry said. In order. So that when it happens, if it happens, we're not going in without the full picture. Harry, Neville said carefully. When you say we, I mean all of us, Harry said. I'm not going anywhere alone. That was never the plan. Neville nodded slowly. He looked, Harry thought, like someone who had decided something and found the deciding a relief. Right then, Ron said, and moved a chess piece with the decisive authority of someone who has accepted the terms of a game and intends to win it. Let's figure out the sequence. Hermione opened her notebook to a fresh page. Harry put the Marauder's map on the table between them, unfolded it to show the third floor, and pointed to the section where the warding signatures clustered, and the four of them bent over it together in the firelight, building the architecture of a problem they decided to solve. Outside, in the castle, the night moved around them. Somewhere in his office Quirrell was very still in his chair, the thing in him patient and watchful. Somewhere in the grounds Hagrid's hut light was on, warm and square. Somewhere above the clouds the stars that were always there were doing what they'd always done, indifferent and constant. Harry looked at the map and thought about the stone and the mirror and the last protection. Someone who wishes to find it rather than use it. He thought about what he'd see in the glass. He thought, it won't be the stone. He was right. He knew it the way he knew most things he'd decided, not with bravado, just with the simple clarity of a thing that was settled. He pointed to a corridor on the map. Here, he said. This is where the first chamber starts. Hermione started writing. Chapter 7, The Trial of Sirius Black. The letter from Clearwater arrived on a Tuesday, 3 days before the Christmas holiday. Harry found it at breakfast between a package from Sirius, hand cream, apparently, because Sirius had noticed Harry's hands were dry in his last letter, and this was the specific kind of thing that made Harry have to put his pumpkin juice down and look at the ceiling for a moment, and a card from McGonagall's desk delivered by a third-year prefect, which turned out to contain the Wednesday evening reading list she'd mentioned in their first conversation and which was now 4 weeks overdue. Because November had been November. Clearwater's letter was short and formal and contained the sentence, "The formal sentencing hearing for Vernon and Petunia Dursley is scheduled for December 19th at the Ministry of Magic, Courtroom 10. Your attendance is not required, but your statement, if provided in advance, will be included in the record." Harry read it twice. Then he put it in his breast pocket and finished his eggs. Good news or complicated news? Hermione asked, without looking up from her Ancient Runes supplemental text, which she was reading voluntarily because the curriculum had not yet caught up to her interest level. Sentencing hearing for the Dursleys, Harry said. December 19th. She looked up. You'll be at Grimmauld Place by then. Yes. He paused. I want to give a statement. You already testified about the guardianship record. That was in the context of Sirius's trial. This is specific to them. He picked up his pumpkin juice. They should hear it from me. The record should have it from me, not just from documented evidence. Hermione looked at him steadily. She had the particular look she got when she was assessing whether something was a good idea or a necessary idea and trying to determine if those were the same thing. What do you want to say? I don't know yet, Harry said. Which was unusual enough that she noted it without comment. Ron arrived late to breakfast, windswept and carrying his broomstick, fresh from an early Quidditch practice that Oliver Wood had apparently scheduled at a time that required Ron, as a reserve keeper in training, to be on the pitch before the sun was properly up. He sat down with the focused energy of someone transferring from one cold outdoor space to one warm indoor one and being grateful for the transition. Last week before holidays, he said, loading his plate with everything in reach. Fred and George say Grimmauld Place is enormous. They've been once, with Dad. It's in the process of being cleaned, Harry said. Sirius says it's improving. Creature helping. Sirius says Creature is technically present during the cleaning process. Ron absorbed this. That's the most diplomatic thing I've ever heard you say. I'm practicing, Harry said. Neville arrived with Trevor visible in his breast pocket, the Toad having apparently accepted that pocket transport was simply his existence now, and sat down with his usual quiet efficiency. He was, Harry thought, looking more settled every week, the specific settling of someone who has been seen accurately and found it agrees with them. The four of them had developed a rhythm that Harry hadn't experienced before and which he found himself, at quiet moments, genuinely appreciating. Not the abstract appreciation of someone who understood the value of allies. Something warmer than that. Something that was beginning to be the thing itself rather than the understanding of the thing. They'd worked out the chamber sequence in 4 evenings of careful reasoning that had involved the map, Hermione's research, 2 rounds of Ron's chess game thinking, and Neville's plant knowledge filling in the gap that confirmed Devil's Snare as Sprout's contribution. They had a plan. Not a plan they intended to use, a plan that would exist if it was needed, built in advance, because Harry's fundamental operational principle was that the worst time to figure something out was when you were in the middle of it. The last week of term moved with the particular acceleration of time before a transition, essays submitted, exams completed, trunks packed. Flitwick awarded Gryffindor 30 points for Harry and Hermione's collaborative charms theory paper, which they'd submitted jointly because the work had genuinely been collaborative and submitting it as two separate papers would have been dishonest. McGonagall gave Harry a book on advanced transfiguration theory from her personal collection, presented during their Wednesday evening session with the brisk practicality of someone who finds sentimental wrapping paper unnecessary. Snape held a final potions practical that Harry completed with the methodical efficiency of someone who had practiced every movement in the sequence until it was automatic, and received a 94 with no comment, which was, Ron assured him, the highest Snape had awarded a first year in living memory. The last day of term Harry went to see Quirrell. Not to confront him. Not to do anything dramatic. He went during the free period before dinner, knocked on the defense classroom door, and stood in the doorway when Quirrell opened it. The smell was stronger close up. Harry had been cataloging it since September and it had intensified in November in a way that he documented carefully. The thing inside Quirrell was getting more active, the urgency increasing with the approach of Christmas and Dumbledore's anticipated absence. "Mr. Potter," Quirrell said, and the stutter was particularly present today, thick and deliberate, because Harry was a student and students were meant to see the nervousness. "See, can I help you?" Harry looked at him. Not into his eyes for any extended period. He'd read enough about legilimency to know that direct eye contact was the preferred mechanism and he wasn't ready for that particular experiment yet, but at him, the whole picture, the turban and the careful hands and the slightly off quality of a face that was operating under continuous divided management. "I wanted to return this," Harry said, and held out the textbook he'd borrowed last week for a reference. Perfectly legitimate. He'd planned to return it during class and changed his mind because this was more useful. Quirrell took the book. His hand was cold even in the brief second of contact. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Pleasantly. He held the professor's gaze for exactly 2 seconds, which was enough to see what was there, not Quirrell's eyes looking back at him but something behind Quirrell's eyes, looking out from further back, with an attention that was entirely different in character from a nervous teacher receiving a returned textbook. Ancient and cold and immensely focused. Harry turned and walked away. He turned a corner, leaned against the wall, and breathed out slowly. The thing in Quirrell knew he knew. He was fairly certain of that now. It had been in the way those eyes had looked at him, not the blankness of something that hadn't noticed, but the specific, coiled quality of something that had noticed and was assessing. He needed to tell Dumbledore before he left for the holidays. He sent a note via the school owl post rather than going in person, partly because the note could be precisely worded and partly because Quirrell would be watching his movements now. The note said, "The timeline may be shorter than expected. He's been watching me and I've confirmed he knows I know. Christmas window is likely. Please confirm your arrangements." He didn't sign it with his name. Dumbledore's reply came within the hour, on plain parchment in handwriting that was deliberately not his official style. Arrangements confirmed and reinforced. Enjoy your holiday. Be careful on the way to Grimmauld Place. Harry folded this and added it to the breast pocket archive. King's Cross again. December, though, not September, the light different, lower and grayer, the cold specific rather than ambient. Sirius was on the platform. He looked better than he had at the Wizengamot. Not fully himself yet, Harry didn't know what fully himself looked like, had only the photograph and the stories, the laugh and the lightness that Sirius apparently carried like his natural state, before Azkaban had worked on it. But better. The tremor in his hands was almost gone. He'd cut his hair, which helped, and the robes were his own now rather than borrowed, dark gray, well-made, the black family crest understated on the breast, the kind of thing Sirius wore with the automatic ease of someone who had grown up in it and then spent 11 years not wearing it and was now reassembling his relationship with the whole category of his own things. He looked at Harry coming off the train and the expression he made, the involuntary one, before the composed one, was the kind that Harry was learning to read in him. Relief. Every time. Like some part of Sirius expected Harry to not be there and was recalibrated each time he was. Harry walked up and stood in front of him. "You look better. You look taller," Sirius said. 3 months at a school with actual food will do that. Sirius laughed. It was more like the real thing now, not the ghost of it he'd had in the Wisengamot chamber, something with more body, more resonance, getting closer to the laugh Harry had heard described. He clapped Harry on the shoulder and took the handle of his trunk, and they moved through the platform crowd with the easy efficiency of people who have found their configuration. The others? Sirius said, nodding toward where Ron was being absorbed into a mass of Weasleys. Mrs. Weasley, who was formidable and warm in equal measure, was hugging Ron with the energy of someone who had been saving hugs all term. Hermione was being met by her parents, who were Muggle and clearly delighted to see her and slightly overwhelmed by the volume of books in her trunk. Neville was being met by his grandmother, upright and precise and clearly proud in the specific way of people who express pride through standards. "Good," Harry said. "They're good." He paused. "Hermione and I are going to keep working through the holidays." "On the Quirrell problem," Sirius said. "Yes." He looked at his godfather. "I told Dumbledore I think the timeline's moved up. He's taking precautions." Sirius's expression went careful. "Harry. You know you're 11 years old." "10, Harry said. "I turned 11 in July. So technically I was 10 for most of the term. That makes it better. It makes it accurate." Sirius looked at him for a moment. "I'm not saying don't be involved," he said. "I'm saying tell me what you know. All of it. I have context you don't." "I know," Harry said. "I was going to. That's why I'm coming home for Christmas." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, quietly, "Home." "Yes," Harry said. They took the ministry car. Amelia Bones had extended the departmental arrangement through the holiday period as a precautionary measure, which Harry had thanked her for in a note that apparently, according to Davies, she had read 3 times, through London to Grimmauld Place, and Harry looked out the window at the city and thought about the hearing on the 19th. Grimmauld Place was a tall, dark, thin house on a street that was somehow difficult to look at directly when you were standing on it, the kind of place that the eye slid away from, and which was not on any Muggle map, and which presented itself to the surrounding world as a space between 2 other houses rather than a house itself. When you went inside, that effect dissolved, replaced by the reality of a very old building in the late stages of a very thorough cleaning. The entrance hall still had the portrait, Mrs. Black, Sirius's mother, who had been sealed behind curtains and who made her presence known through intermittent sounds of disapproval that penetrated the drapes, but the floor was clean and the wall sconces were working, and someone, probably under Sirius's direction and possibly under extreme pressure, had replaced the worn hall runner with something that was not actively falling apart. Kreacher emerged from the kitchen stairway, looked at Harry with the expression of a house elf who has been informed of a situation and has feelings about it, and said, "The master has prepared the East Room." "Thank you, Kreacher," Harry said. Kreacher looked at him. Looked at him again. Then made a sound that was technically not dissimilar to a harumph and disappeared back downstairs. "He'll be insufferable for a week now," Sirius said. "You thanked him." "He did something worth thanking," Harry said. "He resents me," Sirius said. "He always has." "He resents the situation," Harry said, starting up the stairs. "That's different. Give him something real to do and thank him when he does it and see what happens." Sirius stared up the stairs at him. "You're 11. 10, Harry said, from the landing. "I told you." The East Room was clean and had a window that looked over the back of the street and actual furniture that someone had clearly put genuine thought into, not grand, not performative, comfortable. A desk. A decent chair. A bookshelf that already had 3 books on it that Harry recognized as pulled from the Grimmauld Place library by someone who had read his list of current interests. He put the 2 compasses on the desk. Unpacked his trunk methodically. Set up his work materials with the organized arrangement that Hermione had influenced and which he now maintained automatically. Sat on the bed and looked at the room that was his for the holiday and thought, home. The word was still new. He turned it over carefully. He wrote to Hermione that evening. She wrote back the following morning, she'd already started on the defensive magic research and had a theory about the chess pieces on the seventh chamber. He wrote to Neville about the devil's snare properties. He wrote to Ron about the logical structure of the protection gauntlet, and Ron wrote back with a chess analogy that was so accurate Harry copied it into his notebook as a framework. And he began drafting the statement for the 19th. He went through 4 drafts. The first was too technical, all legal framework and documented evidence. The second was too personal in a way that felt like performing vulnerability. The third was too short. The fourth was close. He showed it to Sirius, who read it at the kitchen table with the particular stillness he had when something mattered, and then put it down and said, "This is right." "You sure?" "It says what needs saying without begging for anything," Sirius said. "Your mother would have written it the same way." Harry took it back. Added 1 sentence, changed 1 word. "Okay," he said. The 17th was 2 days before the hearing. Dumbledore arrived at Grimmauld Place that afternoon. Harry came downstairs to find him in the sitting room, the one that had been cleaned most recently and which had actual cushions now, Sirius's contribution, talking to Sirius with the particular quality of 2 people who have had a difficult relationship for a long time and are in the process of rebuilding it in a version that is more honest than what came before. They were not entirely comfortable with each other, and Harry suspected they never would be entirely, but they were real with each other, which was more useful. Dumbledore looked at Harry when he came in and said, "I have news from the castle." "Quirrell made a move," Harry said. A pause. "Not yet. But 3 of the protective enchantments in the first chamber have been partially probed, not breached, probed. Someone has been testing the boundaries. He's mapping the resistance," Harry said. "So he knows exactly what he needs when he goes." "Precisely my assessment." Dumbledore looked at him over the half-moon glasses. "I have added additional enchantments. Sprout has reinforced the devil's snare. The castle is as protected as I can make it while Hogwarts remains accessible to students." He paused. "I will not be going anywhere over the Christmas holiday." "Good," Harry said. "That changes his timeline." "Yes. It may push his attempt to spring term." Dumbledore paused. "Harry, I want to ask you something directly. In the spring, if the situation develops as I expect, if Quirrell makes his attempt when I'm called away and the protections are being bypassed, what is your intention?" Harry looked at him. "You know my intention. I would rather you state it." "I'll go in," Harry said. "With Hermione and Ron and Neville. We'll work the gauntlet together and I'll face the mirror." "I could forbid it," Dumbledore said. "You could try," Harry said, pleasantly. Sirius made a sound from the armchair that was technically a cough. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Something in his expression was doing complicated work, the strategist and the person who genuinely cared about Harry's safety in a pushing contest, and the strategist winning because the strategist had built the mirror protection specifically for this contingency. "I would like your word," he said, "that you will not go in until the moment it becomes truly necessary. Not as a preemptive move. Not to prove something." "I'm not trying to prove anything," Harry said. "I'm trying to make sure the stone doesn't end up with Voldemort." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "Those are different motivations." "Yes," Dumbledore said quietly. "They are." He stood. "Then we understand each other." "We understand each other," Harry said. After Dumbledore left, Sirius sat with Harry in the kitchen while Kreacher made tea with the aggressive competence of someone who resented the request but was going to execute it perfectly regardless. "You handled that well," Sirius said. "You could have said something," Harry said. "It wasn't my conversation to have." He accepted the tea from Kreacher without looking at him. Kreacher set Harry's down with slightly more care. Harry thanked him. Kreacher disappeared. "Also, you were right about everything, so." Harry wrapped his hands around the mug. "I'm scared," he said. Sirius looked at him. "Not of Quirrell," Harry said. "Not of what's in Quirrell." He paused, being precise. Of getting it wrong. Of being in that room with the mirror and making a mistake I don't understand in time to correct it. That's not fear, Sirius said. That's sense. Is there a difference? Fear is when the feeling stops you from thinking. Sense is when the feeling makes you think better. He looked at Harry steadily. You're thinking better. Harry was quiet for a moment. You sound like him. Dad. James used to say the same thing. In different words. Something moved in Sirius's face, the grief that was still there, would probably always be there in some form, sitting alongside the alive parts instead of replacing them. He used to say courage wasn't the absence of the bad feeling, it was doing the thing in spite of the feeling having valid points. Harry looked at the compasses on the desk visible through the kitchen doorway. His father's brass and his mother's silver. Both of them knew what they were walking into, he said. Hiding, Voldemort finding them, the end of it. They still made the choices they made. Yes, Sirius said. I know what I'm walking toward, Harry said. Maybe not the full shape of it. But the direction. And you're going anyway. Someone has to, Harry said. It might as well be me. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. James said almost exactly that, he said. Word for word, actually. The night they went into hiding. He said, someone has to be the thing that stands between Voldemort and everyone else, Padfoot, it might as well be someone who chooses it. He cleared his throat. Your mother told him he was being dramatic. Then she agreed with him. Harry smiled. It was a real smile, not the managed kind, something warm coming from somewhere deep. She always agreed with him in the end. Always, Sirius said. After she'd told him exactly where his reasoning was weak. Which was her version of agreeing. They sat in the kitchen while the winter evening settled around the house and Creature moved around in the background, and it was the most ordinary thing Harry had experienced in 11 years, two people at a kitchen table, tea going cold, talking about someone they'd both loved. The 19th arrived. The ministry was quieter in the days before Christmas, fewer people in the atrium, fewer interdepartmental memos zipping overhead, the ambient noise reduced to something more manageable. Courtroom 10 was in the lower levels, and Harry walked to it with Sirius on one side and Clearwater on the other, and when they reached the door Clearwater said she'd wait outside and Sirius said he'd come in if Harry wanted and Harry said, I'm fine. Wait here. He went in alone. The courtroom was small, nothing like the Wizengamot chamber where Sirius's trial had been held. This was a preliminary sentencing panel, 3 Wizengamot members seated at the front, a court recorder, and 2 people Harry had not seen since August. Vernon Dursley had lost something. Not weight specifically, though he looked diminished, some quality that had always been about the puffing up, the performance of his own importance, was deflated. He was wearing a suit that looked wrong on him in the context of a wizarding courtroom, and he sat with his arms pressed to his sides and looked at nothing. Petunia was different. She looked at Harry when he came in. Her face had the particular quality of someone who has been sitting with something for a long time and whose defenses have been worn down to a layer that is almost honest. Harry sat in the witness chair. He nodded to the panel. He took out the statement. He read it. He didn't look up while he read, not because he was afraid of them, but because the statement deserved its own clean delivery without interruption. I am Harry James Potter. I am the ward who was placed in the care of Vernon and Petunia Dursley on November 1, 1981. I am 11 years old. I want to say 3 things. First, what happened? The compass my father built documented 10 years of it, and the evidence has been given to this court. I'm not going to describe it again. What I'll say is that it was not dramatic in the way people expect when they hear the word abuse. It was quiet. It was daily. It was the specific and sustained communication, through action and word and implication, that I was less than. Less wanted, less worthy, less real than the people around me. That kind of thing, done consistently over 10 years, to a child who has no context and no alternative and no one to tell, is its own category of harm. I want this court to understand that. Second, I am not here to perform forgiveness or to ask for severity. I am here because I want the record to contain my voice, specifically, rather than only the documentation. This happened to me. I want to have said so. Third, I want to say something about Petunia Dursley, specifically. She was afraid of magic her entire life. She was afraid of her sister, whom she loved and couldn't understand, and when her sister died and left a magical child in her care, she responded the way people respond to things they're afraid of, with control, and diminishment, and the kind of anger that comes from fear that has been stored too long. That is not an excuse. It is a description. She made choices and the choices caused harm, and this court is right to address that. But she also, and I have thought carefully about whether to include this, she kept me alive. Not always kindly. Not as her sister would have wanted. But she kept me, and in a world where she could have made a different choice, she made the one that kept me breathing until I could find my own way. I don't know what to do with that. I include it because it's true. That's all I have to say. He folded the statement. He looked up. Petunia was looking at her hands. Vernon was looking at the table. The panel's senior member, a woman named Ogden who Harry had looked up before coming, was looking at him with the expression of someone who has heard many statements in her career and is recalibrating the category of this one. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," she said. Harry stood up. He looked at Vernon once. Vernon looked back. There was nothing in Vernon's face that Harry needed to engage with, not because he was suppressing something but because there genuinely wasn't a conversation there. There never had been. Vernon had looked at him and seen a problem for 11 years and it hadn't changed, and Harry was fine with that being the final accounting of it. He looked at Petunia. She looked up, finally, and met his eyes. Her face was doing something complicated and unpolished, which was almost the most human thing he'd seen her do. Her mouth opened and closed once and then she said, very quietly, "I'm sorry." Harry looked at her for a moment. "I know," he said. Which was the truest thing he could say, not "it's fine," which would have been false, not "I forgive you," which he hadn't decided yet, not "it doesn't matter," which it did. Just, "I know. I heard it. It's been received." He walked out. Sirius was in the corridor. He looked at Harry and didn't ask. Harry said, "She apologized." Sirius's face moved. "What did you say?" "That I knew." He paused. "Is that enough?" "I think," Sirius said carefully, "that you're the only person who gets to decide that." Harry thought about it for another moment. Then he put it in the part of his mind that held things that needed more time to resolve, which was different from the part where he put things that were finished, and that distinction felt right. "Let's go home," he said. They walked back through the ministry atrium. The enchanted ceiling was showing a steel-gray winter sky and the fountain in the center was doing its gentle work, and Harry passed through it all with his hands in his pockets and both compasses warm against his ribs. That evening at Grimmauld Place, Sirius made dinner, an ambitious attempt that involved a recipe from a wizarding cookbook and several moments of what Harry could only describe as optimistic improvisation, and they sat at the kitchen table and Creature ate in the corner without being asked to, and Harry thought about the statement he delivered and the way Petunia's face had looked when she said sorry. "Dad's compass," Harry said. "Does it still document things?" Sirius looked up. "What do you mean?" "The harm threshold. It measured 10 years of the Dursleys. Is it still doing that? Now that I'm here?" Sirius thought about this. "I think," he said slowly, "the enchantment was calibrated to the guardianship context. The invocation resolved that context. It's probably documenting differently now." Harry took the brass compass out of his pocket and held it. It was warm. The dial was still, no spinning, the needle pointing somewhere specific that wasn't north. "Where does it point now?" Sirius said. Harry looked at it carefully. The needle was pointing, not toward a direction on any map, but toward something, clearly and definitely, the way a compass pointed toward magnetic north with absolute certainty. He turned, following the needle, until it was pointing directly at Sirius. Sirius looked at the compass. Then at Harry. His face was very still for a moment. "James," he said, more to himself than Harry, with the quality of a man understanding something he'd suspected and hadn't let himself believe. "I think," Harry said, looking at the needle, "it points at where I'm supposed to be." Sirius said nothing for a long moment. The kitchen was warm, the dinner on the table getting slightly cool, Creature in the corner pretending not to listen with the intensity of someone who was listening completely. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Sirius said finally. Rough and real and unperformed. "Happy Christmas, Sirius," Harry said. He put the compass on the table between them, needle pointing steady and sure, and the evening continued around them, warm and ordinary and real, the kind of real that doesn't need anything added to it. Outside, the first snow of the winter had started. Soft and silent, settling on Grimmauld Place and the street it hid between and all of London beyond, covering everything equally, the places that mattered and the places that didn't, the things that were over and the things that were beginning. Harry watched it through the kitchen window and thought about spring. About Hogwarts, and the third floor, and a mirror, and the thing this was all building toward. He wasn't afraid. The thing Sirius had said was right, the feeling was there, which meant his reasoning was good, and his reasoning was that he knew what he was doing and who he was doing it with and what he was protecting. That was enough. That was, he was beginning to understand, everything. Chapter 8, The Mirror and the Stone Spring arrived at Hogwarts like an argument that had been building all winter finally coming to a head. The grounds went from iron grey to something uncertain in March, thaw and refreeze alternating, the lake unfrosting at the edges and refreezing overnight, the trees putting out preliminary green and then reconsidering. Harry noticed all of it with the attention he gave everything, because the seasonal shift was also a timeline shift, and he'd been watching the timeline since January. Quirrell was moving faster. Not obviously. Not in any way that would register to someone not specifically watching. But the smell Harry had catalogued all autumn had changed character in February, less concealed, more present, the thing inside Quirrell losing patience with the careful performance of its host. 3 times in February Harry had passed Quirrell in a corridor and felt the cold that came off him like a weather system, and once, on a Thursday evening, the Marauder's map had shown Quirrell's dot standing still in the third-floor corridor for 47 minutes at 2 in the morning. Harry had not gone to investigate. He documented it. In March, the dot started moving differently. Quirrell's nighttime movements increased in frequency and duration. The probing of the enchantments, which Dumbledore had informed Harry had resumed after the Christmas reinforcement, was more systematic. Someone was doing real mathematics on the problem. "He solved the devil's snare," Harry said, on a Thursday evening in their second-floor classroom, the Marauder's map between them. Hermione looked up from her notes. "How do you know?" He stopped spending time in that section. When you're still working on a problem you return to it. When you've solved it, you move on. Harry pointed to the section of corridor on the map. He's been spending all his time in the area corresponding to chambers 3 and 4 for the last 2 weeks. He's solved 1 and 2. Ron was looking at the map with the chess player's focus he brought to strategic problems. He's not trying to get through yet. He's just mapping. He's not ready to move without Dumbledore being gone, Harry said. He needs the school effectively undefended at the headmaster level. He sat back. Which means he'll create a reason to get Dumbledore out. What kind of reason? Neville said. An urgent one. Something that looks credible, something that requires Dumbledore personally. A ministry summons, maybe, or something at the perimeter of the wards that reads as a genuine threat. Harry paused. Something Dumbledore can't ignore without it looking wrong. And Dumbledore will know it's manufactured, Hermione said. Probably. But he might go anyway, because not going creates different risks. Harry looked at her. We've talked about this. I know. She looked at her notes. I wish there were a cleaner solution. There isn't, Harry said. Not unkindly. Precisely. Quirrell has been patient all year. Whatever is in him has been patient for 11 years. There isn't a clean solution because we're not dealing with someone who makes mistakes out of carelessness. Then we make sure we're ready, Ron said. We're ready, Harry said. He looked at each of them. We've gone through the sequence 60 times. We know every chamber. We know the logic of every protection. We know each other's specific strengths well enough that we don't have to explain anything in the moment. He paused. When this happens, it happens fast. No deliberation. We move. Neville was quiet, then, I'm not going to freeze. I know, Harry said. I'm saying it out loud because saying it out loud helps. Then say it as many times as you need, Harry said. It's true either way. Hermione closed her notebook. There's one thing we haven't fully addressed, she said, with the quality of someone arriving at something they've been circling for a while. The mirror, Harry said. Yes. She looked at him directly. You know what you'll see. I have a theory about what I'll see, Harry said. It's not the stone. That's the relevant part. But you don't know, she said. Not with certainty. And if you walk up to that mirror and see something that pulls you, Hermione. I'm being thorough. I know, Harry said. And you're right to be. But the mirror shows what you want most. What I want most is not the stone. It's not immortality or power or anything the stone can give. I want Voldemort gone from the world so that the people I care about can exist in it without being afraid. He paused. The stone doesn't give me that. Putting it somewhere Voldemort can't have it gets me closer to that than using it does. She looked at him for a long moment with the assessing quality that he'd come to understand as her version of trust. Hermione Granger verified things before she believed them, but when she believed them completely. All right, she said. All right, he agreed. The map showed Quirrell's dot returning to the dormitory level. The night outside the classroom windows was fully dark, March dark, and the castle around them was making its familiar nighttime sounds, and the four of them sat in the small circle of Hermione's lumos with everything laid out and decided. One more thing, Harry said. He looked at all three of them. Whatever happens in those chambers, you three stop at the last one. The mirror room is mine. I'm not putting anyone else in front of Quirrell and whatever's riding him. Ron opened his mouth. Ron, Harry said. Ron closed it. Then, if you don't come back out in 20 minutes I'm coming in. 15, Hermione said. 10, Neville said. Harry looked at all three of them. Fine, he said. 10 minutes. Good, Neville said, with the satisfaction of someone who got what they wanted. It happened on a Tuesday in May. Harry knew it was coming before it happened, the way you know weather is changing hours before the sky shows it, in the pressure, in the quality of the air. He'd been watching the pattern all spring, and on Tuesday morning at breakfast Quirrell's dot on the map, which Harry checked at dawn every morning, was in the third-floor corridor when it should have been in the dormitory, and it was still there when Harry checked again at 6:15, and then at 6:30 Harry saw a second dot, Dumbledore's, moving rapidly from the headmaster's office toward the entrance hall. He got up. His dormitory roommates were asleep. Ron's curtains were closed. Harry dressed in full uniform, pocketed both compasses and the Marauder's map and his wand, and moved to the common room. He sent 2 messages, the specific tap pattern on the dormitory doors he'd established with Hermione and Ron and Neville 3 weeks ago, 2 slow and 1 fast, and was in the entrance to the common room when all 3 of them appeared, dressed, wands in hand, with the economy of people who had been sleeping lightly because they'd expected this. No words. Not yet. Harry showed them the map. Dumbledore's dot was at the main gates. Moving away from the castle. Quirrell's dot was not in the corridor anymore. It was in the third-floor corridor, east stairwell, moving toward the door. Harry folded the map and put it away and they went. The corridors at this hour had the specific quality of a place that is inhabited but not awake. Portraits sleeping, most of them, and the few that were awake watched them pass with expressions ranging from alarm to approval. The moving staircases moved with the purposeful cooperation of something that knew what was happening, and Harry found himself thinking, briefly, that Hogwarts as a living entity had opinions about tonight that were on his side. Third floor. The corridor. The door. The door was already open. Of course it was. Harry went through without hesitating and the others followed and the stone steps went down into the dark below the school, and then there was warmth, fire warmth, the warmth of something large and alive, and they were in the chamber. Fluffy was asleep. A harp was playing itself in the corner, enchanted, charmed to continue. Quirrell had dealt with this problem and left the solution running because he expected to need the exit. Harry looked at Fluffy, 3 massive heads, all unconscious, each one large enough to swallow a person without effort, and felt a specific, non-abstract awareness of scale. Trap door, Ron said, pointing. In the floor, already open. He's ahead of us, Neville said. Not by much, Harry said. The map showed him entering when we were already moving. 10 minutes maximum. He looked at them. We go fast and we don't stop to solve anything we've already solved. Hermione, Devil's Snare. Ron, the chess. Neville, the plant identification, Neville said, touching his breast pocket where he'd been carrying relevant notes for 3 months. Yes. Harry looked at all of them once more, brief and real. Let's go. They dropped through the trapdoor. The Devil's Snare was exactly as described and nothing like described. Reading about a plant that tightens when you struggle was one thing. Falling into it in darkness with your arms immediately caught and the tendril pressure building across your chest was different. Harry felt it close on his left arm and did the opposite of what his body wanted. He relaxed completely, went entirely still, and felt the plant ease with a confusion that was almost tangible, like something expecting resistance and encountering its absence. Beside him he heard Hermione say, quietly but clearly, "Don't panic, sunlight," and the pale, directed light of her bluebell flames pushed through the dark and the plant recoiled with the speed of something genuinely distressed by fire, and they were through, dropping down into the next chamber with the brisk efficiency of a rehearsed sequence. The keys were chaos. Hundreds of them, winged, filling the chamber from floor to ceiling in constant movement, and the broomsticks in the rack along the wall told Harry the mechanism immediately. He took a broom, mounted it without touching the ground, and rose into the mass of keys. He'd been playing Quidditch since September. Oliver would have put him on the house team the moment he'd seen him catch a Remembrall in freefall, and he'd spent the rest of the year developing the reflexes that had always been instinctive into something technical. The keys were fast, but they weren't trying to evade, not exactly. They were trying to confuse. He looked for the one that had been recently used. Its wing beat would be different, slightly damaged from multiple previous entries, and its color would be there. A large, ancient, silver key with a slightly bent left wing, tumbling in a wide arc to the left of the chamber's center. He went for it like a seeker. One hand. Clean catch. The key flinched and tried to spiral but Harry's grip was certain and it stopped fighting, and he brought it down and was off the broom in the same motion and through the door before Ron had even mounted. Brilliant, Ron said, from behind, landing. Door, Harry said, and they were through. The chess game was the first thing in the sequence that stopped Harry cold. Not because he didn't understand it, he understood it completely. The chess pieces were human-sized and alive and the board stretched across the chamber floor and the piece side was white, which meant they had to defeat black, which meant someone had to play white's pieces. And playing the pieces meant standing on the board. And on a giant chess board with real pieces, the taking was physical. Ron was already looking at it with an expression Harry had only seen on him once before, the night they'd worked through the full sequence in the common room and Ron had said quietly, almost to himself, "This one's mine." "I've got it," Ron said. "Go. Take the pieces you need to get to the back row, your knight, Hermione's rook, Neville your bishop. Harry, you're not on the board. Ron, Harry. Ron looked at him. The lateral, strategic quality was fully engaged, the part of him that thought in terms of whole systems and acceptable sacrifice and how to win when winning cost something. I know how to win this. You need to trust me. Harry looked at him. At his face, which was calm with the specific calm of someone who has decided something and made peace with what it costs. Tell me you come through it, Harry said. I'll be conscious, Ron said, which was not exactly the reassurance Harry had wanted but which was honest, and honest was what Ron always gave him. Get the others through. I'll get myself through. Go. Harry went. He moved his knight and Hermione moved her rook and Neville moved his bishop and Ron directed the entire game from his position on the board with the quiet authority of someone who had spent his life learning how things moved in relation to each other, and 12 moves in there was a moment where the Black Queen was in position and Ron stepped forward deliberately and Harry understood what was happening before it happened. Ron, Neville started. Bishop to e4, Ron said, to Hermione. It's the only path. Do it. The Queen took Ron. He hit the stone floor hard and lay still. Hermione made a sound. He's breathing, Harry said, already moving across the board because Ron had given them the winning position and they had to complete it. Checkmate in 3. Ron calculated this. Neville, stay with him. Hermione, Queen to h5, Hermione said, and her voice was steady in the way of someone applying significant effort to making it so. King exposed. It's over. The Black King tipped his crown. The door at the far end of the chamber opened. Harry stopped at Ron's side. Ron was unconscious, not the bad kind, the peace-taking kind, which on a magical board meant a stunning impact designed to clear the square, not to permanently injure. He was breathing steadily. His color was normal. The chess game had been designed for challenge, not for lasting harm. He'll come round, Harry said. Neville, I'm staying, Neville said. Not as a question. As a fact. Harry looked at him. Neville was already kneeling by Ron, checking his pulse with the methodical calm of someone who had read the relevant basic healing texts because he thought it might matter. Of course he had. 15 minutes from when we find the next chamber, Harry said. 10, Neville said, without looking up. We said 10. Harry almost smiled. 10, he agreed. He and Hermione went through. The troll in the fourth chamber was already unconscious, Quirrell had handled it before them, and the enormous creature was on its side in the corner with the specific quality of something that was out rather than dead, its club lying 3 meters from its outstretched hand. Harry noted the quality of the unconsciousness, the precision of it, and thought, whatever is in Quirrell knows exactly how much force to apply to exactly what problem. The thing was experienced. Efficient. He filed it as information about what he was walking toward. The fifth chamber smelled of something chemical and had 5 bottles of different sizes arranged on a table with a rolled parchment. Hermione moved straight to it, unrolled it, read it once, and said, poison, nettle wine, poison, forward, backward, in the flat tone of someone completing a solved problem, and handed Harry the smallest bottle. Forward, she said. This takes you through the black fire. What takes you back? Harry said. She picked up the second smallest. This one. It's cold, doesn't last long. She looked at him. It'll get me back to the others and I'll wait with them. Good. He took the forward bottle. He looked at her. Hermione Granger looked back at him with the direct, honest quality that had been the first thing he'd understood about her on the Hogwarts Express, the quality of someone who looked for what was real and had found something real and was being honest about what that meant. Come back, she said. Yes, Harry said, which was the only response to that. He drank the potion and walked through the black fire and the cold that came with it was extraordinary, a cold that went through him like a struck bell, and then it was gone and he was through. The last chamber was quiet. Not dark, lit, with the soft ambient light of something enchanted into the stones, even and directionless. Not large either, not the grand confrontation space Harry had half expected, just a stone room with a high ceiling and in its center, the mirror. The mirror of Eriste was tall, taller than he'd imagined from the description, tall enough that his reflection in it showed him full length and then some, the gold frame elaborate and the inscription running along the top, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. He'd decoded it months ago. I show not your face but your heart's desire. And standing in front of it, staring into the glass with the fixed quality of someone who cannot look away, was Quirrell. He was not stuttering. The voice that came out of him was not his voice. It had the quality Harry had heard once, briefly, in the moment of eye contact outside the defense classroom, the thing behind the thing, the deeper register, old and cold and intensely present. I can see it, Quirrell said, in that voice. I can see it but I cannot take it, because you want to use it, Harry said. Quirrell spun around. Harry stood in the chamber entrance and looked at him with the same steady attention he'd given everything since the shed in August, which felt like a different lifetime and also felt like 10 minutes ago. He looked at Quirrell's face and saw both things simultaneously, the frightened, used-up man who had been hollowed out to make room, and the thing looking out through his eyes with the specific focused malevolence of something that had wanted this for 11 years. Potter, Quirrell said. The thing in him said, more precisely, Harry Potter. Yes, Harry said. He walked to the mirror. Quirrell moved, but Harry had expected that, had spent the entire journey through the chambers not just solving problems but preparing for this room specifically, and the preparation included the awareness that he could not stand in front of the mirror if he was watching Quirrell at the same time. He needed to be looking at the glass. The spell that hit him from Quirrell's wand he deflected without thinking, Protego, clean and solid, the shield his father apparently used to teach in informal sessions with the Order, which Harry had read about in the annotated pages of the defense text in the ancestral vault. Quirrell looked surprised, which meant Quirrell had expected a panicking 11-year-old rather than whatever Harry actually was, and surprise in an opponent was an opening. Finite, Harry said, and hit Quirrell's wand hand with a precise knockback jinx that sent the wand spinning 4 feet to the left. It wasn't about fighting. He wasn't here to fight. He was here for 5 seconds of focus standing in front of the mirror, and those 5 seconds needed Quirrell occupied. He turned to the glass. And he looked. His reflection was there. It was him, same face, same build, same dark hair. But the reflection was doing something his actual body wasn't doing, which was standing in a room that was, he couldn't describe it exactly, but it had the quality of the Grimmauld Place kitchen at Christmas, and the second-floor classroom with 4 people bent over the Marauder's map, and the vault with his parents' portrait, and King's Cross with Sirius on the platform. It was showing him where he belonged. Not where he wanted to be in a longing way. Where he was. The people, the place, the ordinary extraordinary fact of belonging somewhere. And his reflection smiled at him, and reached into its pocket, and took out the Philosopher's Stone. Harry felt it materialize in his actual pocket simultaneously, the warmth of it, sudden and specific, the weight of something small and dense and more real than the room around it. He'd found it rather than wanted it. He'd looked at the mirror and seen his life, which was not the stone, and the stone had come to him because the stone didn't belong in the picture and he didn't want it in the picture, he just wanted the picture, and so the enchantment had done exactly what Dumbledore had designed it to do. He closed his hand around it in his pocket. Quirrell hit him from behind. Not a spell this time, he'd retrieved his wand but the physical grab was faster, both hands closing on Harry's shoulders from behind, and Harry felt the cold of him like being grabbed by something dead. He turned inside the grip, faster than Quirrell expected, and the contact shifted, Quirrell's hands on Harry's bare arms, skin to skin, and something happened that Harry did not fully understand in the moment and understood completely an instant later. Quirrell screamed. It was not a sound Harry had ever heard from a human throat. It was the sound of 2 things simultaneously, Quirrell, in pain, and something else in Quirrell, in a different kind of pain, the specific agony of something that had been built for dark places encountering something that was its direct structural opposite. His mother's protection. The love enchantment, embedded in Harry's skin since 1981, the magic that lived in him not as a choice but as a fact. Quirrell's hands were burning on contact. The thing in Quirrell was burning on contact. Harry could see it happening, the flesh of Quirrell's hands where they touched him going grey and then something worse, and Quirrell's face was wrong, the controlled performance of it collapsed into pure, involuntary reaction. Harry grabbed Quirrell's wrists. Not in anger. Not in triumph. With the focused intention of someone doing the thing that needs doing. Quirrell screamed again, and the thing inside him screamed differently, not in pain but in the specific frequency of something losing its hold, something that had been tethered finding the tether breaking, and the sound was, Harry would remember it later as the most horrible sound he'd ever heard, and also the most necessary. The thing left Quirrell. Not cleanly. Not without violence. It pulled loose like something physically rooted, and Harry felt it pass through him, the cold of it, the hatred of it, the desperate hunger of something that had been reduced to almost nothing and was being reduced further, and then it was gone, dissipating into the air of the chamber with a sound like a wrongly held note finding its end. Quirrell crumpled. Harry caught him before he hit the stone floor, which was a reflex rather than a decision. The man in his arms was light, lighter than he should have been, hollowed out, the thing that had occupied him for 2 years having taken more than it left. His breathing was shallow and rapid. "I've got you," Harry said, which was accurate in the immediate sense if not in any larger sense, and which was what there was to say. He sat on the floor with Quirrell's weight against him and his hand around the stone in his pocket and the quiet of the chamber settling around him, and he breathed. Above him, he was aware of the castle, the weight of Hogwarts, all of it, 400 years of stone and magic and people, in a way he hadn't been before. Like the building was aware of what had happened here and was acknowledging it. Not dramatically. The way a living thing acknowledges something that matters. He heard feet on stone from the far side of the chamber, and then Dumbledore's voice. Harry. Not surprised. Not pretending to be. The voice of someone who had prepared for this moment and hoped it would look exactly this way and is profoundly relieved that it does. "The stone is secure," Harry said, without moving. "Quirrell needs a healer immediately." "Both are being addressed," Dumbledore said, and he came through the black fire with the specific quality of a man who had been moving fast through a building and who was now in the room where the fast movement ends. He looked at Harry, on the floor, holding Quirrell, his face unmarked and his breathing even. He looked for a long moment. "Are you hurt?" he said. "No," Harry said. The protection held. He looked up at Dumbledore. "He's not, Quirrell didn't choose this. He was used." "I know," Dumbledore said. He crouched down, which was a very Dumbledore thing to do, ignoring the indignity of it because the conversation was more important than the position. "Harry. You're all right." "I'm all right." He paused. "My friends, McGonagall is with them. All 3 are unharmed. Mr. Weasley has a headache and has been informed that his decision was exceptionally brave and also that he is not to do that again." A pause. He seemed to agree with the first part. Harry exhaled. The stone was a small, solid weight in his pocket. He didn't take it out. He handed it, pocket and all, directly to Dumbledore, reaching into his own pocket with 2 fingers, careful, and placing the stone in Dumbledore's outstretched hand. "Nicholas Flamel will want this back," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the stone in his palm. "He will," he said. "We'll discuss what happens next with him. The decision of whether to destroy it, and I believe that is the right decision, ultimately, is his to make." "Voldemort isn't gone," Harry said. "This fragment was. But he made more than one anchor." Dumbledore went very still. "I read about Horcruxes," Harry said. "The soul-fracturing mechanism. He wouldn't have stopped at one. People who do that kind of thing don't stop at one." A long silence. "No," Dumbledore said quietly. "No, they don't." He looked at Harry with the full 7 layers of what he was, strategist, scholar, man, something that was still learning to be only what it was without managing everything around it, and said, when the time comes to address that, I would like your help. You'll have it, Harry said. But on my terms. I would expect nothing else, Dumbledore said, and the specific thing in his voice was respect, the kind that had been building since a ministry-safe house in August and was now settled into something permanent. The healers arrived. Quirrell was taken with the careful, rapid efficiency of people working against a clock. Harry stood up. His legs were steady. He walked through the chamber, back through the fire, into the cold passage, and up through the sequence of rooms, the chessboard where Neville met him first, with Ron upright and pale and pressing his fingers carefully to his own forehead, then Hermione, who came through the black fire at almost the same moment Harry did and looked at him with the expression she got when she had been holding a significant amount of fear very carefully and was now releasing it in a controlled manner. She looked at his face, his arms, his hands. She looked for injury with the systematic attention of someone who has been planning for this moment. I'm fine, Harry said. I can see that, she said. I'm verifying it. Verified, Harry said. Verified, she agreed. Ron said, from his position on the floor of the chess chamber, did you get it? Given it to Dumbledore, Harry said. It's being handled. Voldemort? The fragment is gone. He's not fully gone. It's complicated. Harry looked at him. You're going to have a significant headache. Already do, Ron said cheerfully, which was impressive given the circumstances. Was it brilliant? At the end? Did you do something spectacular? I held his wrists, Harry said. Ron blinked. That's it. My mother's protection did the rest, Harry said. I just had to touch him. Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. That's simultaneously the most and least spectacular story I've ever heard. Yes, Harry said. That's about right. Neville helped Ron to his feet with the steady, practical care that was Neville's fundamental mode, and they went up through the trapdoor and out of the corridor and into the rest of Hogwarts, into the warm, lamplit reality of the castle at night, the portraits waking up along the corridor as they passed, word moving from frame to frame in the way of a place whose walls are genuinely alive. The next days happened in the way that significant things do, quickly and then slowly, the immediate and then the aftermath. Dumbledore came to the hospital wing while Madame Pomfrey was finishing checking Harry over and said several things he meant and one thing Harry needed to hear, your parents would have been proud of you tonight. Not because you were brave, they'd have expected that. Because you were right. McGonagall came and said nothing for a moment, which said more than saying something would have, and then put 200 points on the Gryffindor board in single entries, which caused a mild sensation at breakfast the next morning. Snape came, which Harry had not expected, and stood at the foot of his bed with the expression of someone visiting a patient they have complicated feelings about and aren't going to explain. He looked at Harry for a long moment and then said, your mother's protection held, then. Yes, Harry said. She was extraordinary, Snape said, in the specific tone of someone for whom that statement contains several things that aren't being said. She was, Harry said. Snape looked at him once more. Then he left without another word, which was somehow exactly the right ending to that visit. Sirius arrived on the third day. He came in the way Sirius always moved, with more energy than the room was necessarily expecting, the quality of someone who took up space not through aggression but through sheer aliveness, and who was getting better at being that again, week by week. He looked at Harry in the hospital wing bed and said, you're not hurt, before saying anything else. Not hurt, Harry confirmed. Dumbledore told me everything. He sat in the chair beside the bed. He was angry, Harry could see it, the specific quality of Sirius's anger, which was not explosive but warm and deep, like a fire under a floor. He should have, it worked out, Harry said. Harry, Sirius. He looked at his godfather steadily. I knew what I was doing. I chose it. And it worked. He paused. If I were the kind of person who needed to be protected from every dangerous thing, my father's compass would have been built differently. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. The anger was still there, but it was shifting, adjusting, the way Sirius's emotions always moved, openly, without disguise. "You're right," he said. "It's just, I know," Harry said. "I know what it cost you, watching from outside. I know what it would have cost if it had gone wrong." He looked at his godfather with the directness he gave everything important. "It didn't go wrong. I'm here. That's what matters." Sirius was quiet. Then, roughly, James would have done exactly the same thing. "I know," Harry said. "I think I come by it honestly." Sirius laughed. The real version, now, the one that had been building back toward itself all year, and which had the fullness of someone who had found their way back to the specific quality of joy that 11 years had worked to remove. "Definitely," he said. "Definitely honestly." Outside the hospital wing windows the May afternoon was doing what May afternoons in Scotland did, undecided between rain and sun, the light moving in long, shifting intervals through the clouds. The grounds were green and real, the lake visible from this angle, flat and dark, the trees of the forbidden forest dense and absolute at the edge of everything. Hermione visited with a book and 3 questions about the mirror enchantment's mechanism that Harry spent 40 minutes working through with her, which was exactly the right way to spend 40 minutes. Ron visited with a chess set and beat Harry twice, which was exactly the right thing. Neville brought a plant cutting from Greenhouse 3 that he'd gotten Sprout's permission to take, a small thing in a clay pot that he set on the windowsill and said was called a Mimbulus Mimbletonia and was extremely rare and he thought Harry might like it, which was the kind of gift that came from someone who paid attention to what you actually were rather than what they thought you should want. Harry looked at the plant on the windowsill and the people in his room and the afternoon light moving through the clouds over Hogwarts, and thought about August in a shed, and the compass opening in his hand, and his father's voice saying surviving is the thing that gets you to the part where you can start choosing. He'd been choosing all year. The Philosopher's Stone was going back to Nicholas Flamel. Quirrell was in St. Mungo's, recovering from something that the healers said was in medical terms a possession aftermath and in actual terms was the specific consequence of having had a fragment of dark soul living in your body for 2 years. The fragment itself was gone, dissipated, destroyed, the specific mechanism of Harry's mother's protection having done what it had always been built to do. Voldemort was not gone. Harry knew that. Had told Dumbledore that. There were more anchors, other pieces, and the shape of that problem was something he could see from where he was, incomplete still, missing context, but the outline visible. He'd address it when the time came. He'd address it with the people in this room and with Sirius and with Dumbledore and with his parents' voices and 2 compasses in his pocket. He wasn't afraid of it. He was, he found, taking the actual inventory of himself, which he did occasionally and precisely, ready for it. Not in the way of someone who wanted war. In the way of someone who understood that the thing was coming regardless of what they wanted and had decided to face it on their own terms, with their own people, with the full weight of everything they were. That was, he thought, about as good a preparation as you could make. The end-of-year feast was that evening. Gryffindor won the House Cup by an enormous margin, a fact that produced a sustained and genuine roar from the Gryffindor table that Harry sat at the center of without entirely knowing what to do with, which was something he suspected he'd be working on for the rest of his Hogwarts years. The extra points from the chamber sequence, Dumbledore had awarded them publicly, specifically, to Harry and Hermione and Ron and Neville, which produced 4 seconds of dead silence in the hall followed by a noise that probably registered on seismographs, had tipped everything, and the Slytherin table had the expression of a house that had been certain of something and found certainty overrated. Draco Malfoy, at the far end of the Slytherin table, looked at Harry once. Harry looked back. He didn't smirk. He didn't perform triumph. He just looked, steadily and without hostility, with the expression of someone who sees a person clearly and finds the person interesting even if they find the person's choices poorly made. Draco looked away first. He looked, Harry thought, like someone who had spent all year measuring himself against something and finally had enough information to know what the measurement meant. That was not a comfortable position. It was a potentially useful one. Harry turned back to his own table, to the noise and the food and the specific warmth of a celebration that was genuinely earned. Later that night, after the feast, Harry sat on the roof of the astronomy tower. He shouldn't have been there. The map had shown Filch doing his rounds nowhere near the tower, and the fat lady had been asleep, and he'd moved through the castle with the quiet expertise of someone who had spent 9 months learning its rhythms. He sat with his knees up and both compasses in his hands and looked out at the Scottish night, which was clear for once, the stars doing what stars did, constant, indifferent, present. He thought about everything that had happened since August. The shed. The compass opening. His father's voice, careful and real, doing the thing that was hardest to do, trusting someone you'd never met. The ministry car moving away from Privet Drive while the street came back to itself. Amelia Bones and her briefcase. Dumbledore and his 7 layers. Sirius in the Wisengamot chamber, sitting straight in prison robes. Gringotts and his parents' portrait and his mother's letter and the specific, precise warmth of being known by people who couldn't be there anymore but had made sure the knowing survived them. King's Cross and the Hogwarts Express and Hermione walking into a compartment like she owned the problem she'd come to solve. Ron arriving mid-chew with chocolate frogs and genuine warmth. Neville with Trevor in his pocket saying I'm not going to freeze out loud because saying it out loud helped. The mirror. His reflection showing him the place where he belonged. The stone, warm and small and given away because giving it away was the only thing worth doing with it. He turned the brass compass over in his right hand and felt his father in the metal. He turned the silver compass over in his left hand and felt his mother in it. He was 11 years old and he had faced Voldemort in a room underground and come out the other side with his people safe and the thing that needed doing done. He was 11 years old and he had a godfather who laughed like the real thing now and a school that felt like a home and 3 people who knew him specifically, who had seen him in the second-floor classroom and on the Hogwarts Express and in the chess chamber, who had chosen to be there in all of those places with him and who would choose it again. He was 11 years old and the world was large and complicated and dangerous and full of problems that hadn't been solved yet, and Voldemort was out there in some form, and the wizarding world had structural problems that 1 year and 1 claw's invocation hadn't resolved, and there were going to be harder years and worse rooms and more things that cost something real. He knew all of that. He looked at the stars and felt the 2 compasses warm in his hands, one pointing toward his godfather asleep in a bedroom somewhere below him, one simply humming with the continuous orientation of something that always knew which way was right. And he thought, let it come. Not with bravado. Not with the performed fearlessness of someone who needed to be seen being unafraid. With the quiet, structural certainty of someone who knew what they were and who they were and what they were building and who they were building it with. Let it come. We'll be ready. He sat on the tower until the stars moved into their later configuration and the castle settled deeper into its nighttime quiet, and then he stood up, pocketed both compasses, and went back down through Hogwarts, through its corridors and its moving stairs, past its sleeping portraits and its patient stones, to the Gryffindor Tower and the warm room where his things were and the people he'd found were sleeping on the other side of the wall. He got into bed. He didn't count to 30. He hadn't needed to in a long time. He closed his eyes, and the compasses rested on the nightstand, and the castle held them all, and Harry Potter slept.